Section 11 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Friday 4. A change for colder weather. We had to ride 10 miles to Gray's Creek. It was my day to preach on Saturday, and unwell as I was, I stood up and spoke on 1 Peter 3:15 to a large congregation of Methodists, Baptists, and people of the world. It was a very cold day. I visited John Newberry, an afflicted man, and his wife, a godly woman. Sunday 6. We rode 12 miles to Fayetteville. It was not known whether we were to preach at our own meeting house or in the State House, so we ventured into a Presbyterian meeting house. It was only free for me, as I had been told by Mr. Flynn, the minister, who had received his authority from the magisterial eldership. But it was not my day, so James Jenkins and Nicholas Snethan went into the pulpit, and the latter spoke on 2 Corinthians 7:10. I came off without saying anything. Well for me, for I had nearly lost my breath in walking to the house. We were kindly and comfortably entertained at Mr. Lumsden's. The rain came on, but we rode on 7 miles, and were compelled to ferry ourselves over Cape Fear River, after being detained nearly half an hour in the rain. Monday 7. We had about 22 miles to make to reach Purdy's Chapel. I preached upon Titus 2:11-12. We lodged at Samuel Richardson's. I have had a day and night of temptations. Tuesday 8. We came down the north side of the river to Elizabethtown, and Snethan preached in the courthouse. I was silent. After meeting, we rode on 15 miles to the widow Clarida's. Leaving the Brown, next day we came to the White Marsh. I preached at Clark's on 1 Peter 5:10, and afterward rode to the Lake of Waccamaw and lodged at William Wilkinson's. I sometimes smile at the simplicity of our friends. They would love us to death, in company and in labors too. They cannot do too much, it would seem, to express their kindness. And in return, we are to be such immortal men as never to be weary, and never to complain. I feel for this circuit, having ridden through it. They have need of 3 preachers at least. At the Lake Chapel, and Snethan preached. We concluded with prayer. On Friday we had a long ride to Livingston Creek, crossing several swamps whose waters supply the lake. My subject at Union Chapel was 1 Peter 5:8. The day was cold, but we had a full house and a feeling season. We lodged at Mr. Browning's. Next day we rode 12 miles to the ferry, crossing in a storm, and landing where we could on the deep bank, out of which my mare struggled with difficulty. At the town, Wilmington, another ferry, and another storm in crossing made our journey for the day unpleasant enough. We arrived, however, at our own house in proper time. We found the church sealed and the dwelling improved. I met the people of color, leaders and stewards. We have 878 Africans and a few whites in fellowship. And Snethan preached on Saturday night. I spoke on Sunday morning upon 1 Peter 5:7. And Snethan held forth at 11 o'clock. I preached again at 3:30 o'clock on 2 Corinthians 13:9, and Snethan gave another discourse at night. Thus ended the public labors of this day. The Africans hire their time of their masters, labor, and grow wealthy. They have built houses on the church lots. I hope to be able to establish a school for their children. Monday 14. Was so cold we could hardly stand it. At Walter Nichols I preached a little upon Luke 8:21. We then rode on to the widow Campbell's, where we held an evening meeting. Next day we must needs ride home with the widow Spicer, living upon the Stump Sound. Through hail and wind we went, and little Jane had a shoe on which clogged and made some difficulty. We have been highly favored hitherto in attending our appointments, and having congregations. Wednesday, 16. Hard necessity compelled us to rest with the widow and the fatherless. We had a mere storm of wind, and hail, and snow. Thursday, 17. We took a southwest course, through ice and snow and frost, and the wind in our faces, and arrived at Lot Ballard's 3:30 o'clock. Our appointment at the chapel was for 12 o'clock. I conclude I shall have no more appointments between Wilmington and Newbern. There is a description of people we must not preach to. The people of Onslow seem to resemble the ancient Jews. They please not God, and are contrary to all men. Friday, 18. Finding it was but 42 miles to Newbern, we concluded to push for it. I rose early, ordained J. Wilden to the office of deacon, and started. I had had thoughts of calling at a certain house, but being fearful we had not the time to spare, we stopped and fed on the ground. Soon after we met the master of the house, and dropped a hint of our intention of being his guests, had time permitted. He did not say, "Will you?" or "Do call at my house." Farewell, farewell. O unhappy people of Jones, and Trent, and Onslow! With a little cake and cheese, and some corn for our horses, we came in fine spirits to Newbern, about 6 o'clock. On Saturday I rested, and Nicholas Snethan preached upon "He that hath ears to hear, let him hear." Sabbath day 20. I preached at 7 o'clock upon 2 Peter 3:14. N. Snethan spoke at 11 o'clock. I held forth at 3 o'clock on 2 Corinthians 6:2. We were exceedingly crowded. I am grieved for this society. There are more heads than agree well together. Want of harmony and want of discipline are too evident. I felt as if I wanted to see them no more until affairs wore a more pleasing aspect. We set out on Monday under some apprehensions that the late rains had swelled the rivers, but we found no difficulties, either at Neuse or Tar rivers. N. Snethan preached at Washington, Beaufort County, on 1 Thessalonians 5:19-20. The chapel was crowded. On Tuesday at 11 o'clock, I spoke on Luke 8:11-15. The want of sleep and other things made me unwell and unpleasant in my feelings. N. Snethan spoke at 4 o'clock in the evening, on Luke 13:5. Wednesday, 23. We rode 22 miles to Williamston, Martin County. I had not been at this place since January 1792. I find here now about 20 families, and about 40 buildings. My subject at the courthouse was Titus. Although greatly outdone by fatigue and heat, I had some openings of mind. I was somewhat surprised to see so many called together by 24 hours' notice. And I admired the patience of the people, many of whom were obliged to stand in the lobby of the courthouse, a house and a half. We want a house of our own. John Watts, a local preacher, still keeps his ground as a minister and a Christian, although the Baptists are very numerous here. On Wednesday we rode through a very warm, weather-breeding day, 22 miles, to Tarboro, and came in about 2:30 o'clock. Many came to the new church, and were attentive to hear, whilst N. Snethan preached upon 2 Corinthians 5:18-20. I had strength to sit still today. We dined at Mr. Riley's, and were kindly invited to lodge at the Widow Toole's, the first which was open to me in Tarboro. There are in this place about 33 families. The people have more trade than religion, more wealth than grace. We have about 30 Africans in fellowship, but no whites. I may notice the bridge. It is 540 feet long and about 30 feet above the water. Friday, 25. It rained and hailed, and through the night snowed heavily and continued to fall on us after we set out until we came to Prospect Hill. We fed and went on to Henry Bradford's, 25 miles. The snow in places was from 8 to 12 inches deep, and as my horse was newly shod, he clogged and kept me in continual fear. On Saturday I preached at our host's from 2 Peter 1:4. Sabbath day, 27. We came to Halifax. The rich had the gospel preached to them by Ansnethan from 2 Corinthians 15 through 17. I had to speak a little and then baptize the children. The respectable sisterhood were very attentive. In short, a more decent, well-bred congregation need not be. We dined at D. Fisher's, who treated us in a most serious and friendly manner. By guess, I should say there were 40 families in Halifax. We were impressed, as if by magic, that the river would rise rapidly. So we crossed at 4 o'clock and rode 20 miles to Seth Peebles, whom we called from his downy bed to take in poor benighted travelers. Saturday, March 5. Ended our most amicable conference, which began on Tuesday. We had preaching each day by M. Cain, Hull, Lee, Snethan, and myself on the last day. We ordained the traveling and local deacons upon Friday, and the elders upon Saturday. Sabbath 6. N. Snethan preached upon 2 Corinthians 4, 17, 18, and I followed with an exhortation, and Brother Watcoat after me. Our stand was in the woods. Our congregation consisted of about 2,000 souls. I was exceedingly pleased with our conference love feast, with its order, solemnity, and life. The testimonies borne appeared to be all given under the immediate impulse of the Spirit of God, both in ministers and members. Bishop Watcoat being ill, the burden of the conference labors fell upon me. Monday, 7. At Concord Meeting House, I spoke on 2 Corinthians 7:1. We lodged at Sterling Boykin's. I find the way of holiness very narrow to walk in or to preach, and although I do not consider sanctification, Christian perfection, commonplace subjects, yet I make them the burden, and labor to make them the savor of every sermon. I fear for my dear lowland brethren. So much of this world's wealth, so much fullness of bread, and idleness, and strong drink. Lord, help. Tuesday, 8. We rode in the evening to Edward Sawrey's. The excessive rains in the morning prevented our attending our appointments, to the sad disappointment of our friends in Murfreesboro. Brethren, we have not, for we have no society there. Next day we had a race of a ride to Winton, 25 miles. Brother Snethan preached in the courthouse at 12 o'clock. We dined at Mr. Bell's and were generously entertained. Gates Courthouse, 20 miles farther, brought us up for the night. Thursday, 10. At the courthouse, N. Snethan insisted upon the one thing needful. I ordained B. Harrow to the deacon's office. He is a man of good repute, without slaves. Virginia. As we had 2 appointments for Friday, I preached at Deacon Heslet's to many people on 1 Peter 5:10. We had a consoling, gracious season. Brother Snethan preached at Suffolk. I was surprised to hear that some who had separated from us should have reported that the new meeting houses would belong to the bishops, and that they might sell them. These reports were offered by some, not of the connection, as reasons which prevented their subscribing. And our brethren have therefore determined to build without the aid of others. What our enemies accuse us of intending to do, they have already done in some cases, and attempted in others. Isle of Wight, Moorings Chapel, Wells's Chapel, and Major Ben, in building this house within a small distance of the Methodist house, furnish sufficient proofs of their principles and their spirit. Saturday 12. I preached at M. Key's upon Ephesians 5:25-26. We rode to Portsmouth and I crossed over to Norfolk, where I had an interview with the official members, and ordained George Lee Green to the office of deacon. Sabbath 13. I preached in the new house, the best in Virginia belonging to our society. The pulpit is high with a witness, like that awkward thing in Baltimore, calculated for the gallery, and too high for that. My subject was Titus 2:13-14. At Portsmouth in the afternoon, I spoke on 2 Corinthians 6:2. Ensnethan preached at Denby's. We had a good passage over the river at Sleepy Hole Ferry, and came to Benjamin Powell's. The parents had gone to rest, but some of the children were yet up, and took us in. I felt solemn whilst I looked upon this young race, who make the third generation whom I have served. I ordained their father to the office of deacon, and have preached to their grandfathers, Pinner and Powell, who, with the Collinses, were the three first families that opened their houses to the Methodist preachers in this part of the state. Tuesday 15. At Powell's Chapel, I preached on Romans 12:2. In the afternoon, Ensnethan held forth at Murphy's Chapel on 1 Corinthians 12:27. I concluded the meeting by exhortation. There is a revival of religion in this settlement. Next day, Ensnethan spoke on 1 Corinthians 3:11-15. I feel myself failing and unwell. Thursday 17. We rode 25 miles to Ellis's Chapel. There has been a great mortality in this neighborhood within the last 26 years. Only a few of my first female friends are now living. We lodged with the widow of Stephen Andrews. Friday 18. We rode to Petersburg, encountering a long, intricate, muddy path, and no food had we, for man or beast, until we came to our friend Joseph Harding's. By erring in our route, we made our day's ride 35 miles. If my information be correct, the conference congregation meeting continued in the woods until 9 or 10 o'clock on Sunday evening. It held each day from Saturday until Monday, and it is believed as many as 35 souls professed to find mercy and faith in Christ. By letter from John Pitts in Fredericksburg, I learned that since he was stationed there, in October last, 35 have joined the society, which now consists of 73 members. Glory, glory be to God. On Saturday, Ensnethan preached in Petersburg on 1 John 2:15-17. On the Sabbath, my subject was 2 Corinthians 13:2. We feel the effects of intense labor in the lowlands. Our habits were very feverish, and I suffer from a deep cold and oppression on my breast. We contemplate placing a proper station preacher in Petersburg, and the building a new brick church 60 or 70 by 40 feet, and 2 stories high. But this, like many other of our great and good designs, may fall through. Ensnethan preached at 4 o'clock on 2 Peter 3:8-10. Monday 21. We traveled very unwell to Mr. Waltall's, near Chesterfield Courthouse. We rested in part, and then divided our ride to Richmond into a journey of 2 days. We arrived on Tuesday, and I preached at 12 o'clock to many serious people on Titus 2:10-13. Ensnethan preached at 7 o'clock. Next day we came along to Carolyn, 35 miles. In the morning it rained, and the day was wintry and dreary. We saw the wagons sinking and set fast, for in many places the route was dreadful. We worried through, feeding our horses once, and ourselves not at all. Next day I preached once more at Dickinson's chapel. My subject was Hebrews 3:12-14. I feel my infirmities, and the labor of my journeys. But my soul is cast upon the Lord in unceasing prayer, that God may guide the church, and give the spirit of wisdom, and love, and zeal to our conferences. We only, as we think, want more useful laborers in the vineyard, and thousands will be brought home to God in the cities, circuits, and towns this year. I lodged at the widow Collins's. Friday, 25. We rode to Fredericksburg and dined, and then pushed on to Stafford Courthouse, making 40 miles this day. Next day we gained Alexandria, eating nothing between 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 at night. Sabbath 27. I preached upon John 1:6-7. John Chalmers spoke in the afternoon, and N. Snethan at night. Sermon, love feast, and sacrament held us 5 hours. God is gracious. The people are lively, and several were admitted into fellowship. On Monday it blew clear and strong, and cold enough. I hardly stemmed the blast, chilly and trembling as I was. I preached at Georgetown on Hebrews 4:15-16. It was a quickening time. Brothers Chalmers and Snethan exhorted. Maryland, Tuesday, 29. We reached Baltimore, 45 miles, stopping an hour on our way at the Widow Turner's. We have traveled about 300 miles towards 8,000 miles. April 12. The last Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in March were occupied in reading and answering letters, and in making preparations for the conference. Its sitting commenced on Friday, the 1st instant, continuing and ending in great peace. There were 64 preachers appointed to their several stations, most of whom were present at the session. Except 4 hours a day for the transaction of our own business, our time was given to the duties of prayer and the pulpit. We were between the mount and the multitude, and the conference and the congregations large, lively, and serious, to whom we dispensed the word of life at 11 o'clock, at 3 o'clock, and at night. And we hope and trust much good was done in the name of the Lord Jesus. My subjects were, on the first Sabbath, Colossians 4:2-3. On the second, Titus 3:9. At Fells Point, Luke 24:46. The reasons why I did not speak oftener were, first, because there were many zealous, acceptable preachers present. Secondly, because I wished to be a man of one business, and to have my mind free. And thirdly, because I had neither bodily nor mental strength to preside in the conference, and to take so great a part in my particular duties, as its head. To receive the continual applications of so many preachers, on so many subjects, presented to me at this time, and to fill my place regularly in the pulpit. I paid no visits but to the sick. It is sufficiently proved that upon our present plan, unless the preachers exert themselves, every conference in the Union, except that of Baltimore, will be insolvent in its finances. In the late and last year's conferences, they have had a surplus here. They have supported wives, widows, and children, and in the present instance have supplied the contingencies of those preachers who have gone to distant parts, besides giving $100 to the Philadelphia, and as much each to the conferences of New York and Boston. I can say, hitherto the Lord hath helped us through deeps, deserts, dangers, and distresses. I have told but a small part of our labors and sufferings. Let the great day of eternity reveal the rest. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost forever. Amen. Yesterday I preached at Gatch's Chapel on 1 Peter 5:10. We then came on to Perry Hall. Today we have had a meeting here. Brother Watcoat preached upon Colossians 2:6. My mind is solemnly stayed upon God. On Wednesday we parted with the elders at Perry Hall. I had preached on 2 Corinthians 12:9-10. We rode on to Deer Creek and halted for the night with Harry Waters. My mind is in a great calm after the tumult of a Baltimore conference, and the continual concourse of visitors and people to which my duties subjected me. I have felt deeply engaged, and much self-possession. Indeed, age, grace, and the weight and responsibility of one of the greatest charges upon earth ought to make me serious. In addition to this charge of the superintendent, to preach, to feel, and to live perfect love. The promise of the year is great, in the fruits of the earth, and in the church of God. The trees are full of blossoms, and want but rains and sun. And so with us, we want spiritually gracious seasons. Lord, hear and help, and enlarge, invigorate, sanctify, and bless thine inheritance. Thursday 14. We rode to Dublin upon Deer Creek, and next day I preached upon Hebrews 3:12-14 in a neat chapel, and many attended. After sermon we dined with our brother Evatt, with whom we had lodged, and then rode over the hills of Deer Creek, through a great storm, 12 miles, down to the Widow Stump's, at Mount Friendship. J.W. Dallam and 3 ladies were in company, and I feared for them. Saturday 16. Through storms of snow we pushed on to the ferry, but the water was so low, and the winds so high, we could not cross. We therefore returned to the Widow Stump's and rested, and whilst it snowed without, we performed divine worship within doors in the family. On Monday we succeeded better at the ferry, and got over early enough to reach Back Creek, Cecil County, a distance of 28 miles, by 10 o'clock, having arrived in time to dismiss the congregation with prayer. We dined at John Carnan's, and after commending his afflicted wife in prayer to God, we rode home with Richard Bassett to Bohemia Ferry. Tuesday 19. I spoke at the Manor Chapel on 1 Corinthians 14:15. We had preaching, singing, exhorting, shouting, leaping, and praising God. After meeting, we crossed Bohemia and Sassafras rivers, and housed with Robert Moody. My mind is kept in peace. I only seek to please God, and to serve my fellow men as faithfully and impartially as I can. I cannot accommodate myself to the caprices of every man. What a strange creature should I be, were I to suffer myself to exist in such a continual state of transformation as some people's whims might require. End of section 11. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 12 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Wednesday 20. My subject at the new chapel, Georgetown Crossroads, was 1 Timothy 4:2. We had a living season. Our brethren from Chestertown came to meet us, and to convey us forward with more ease. Save me from parade. The greatest goodwill and the kindest intentions will never make it acceptable in my eyes. I choose rather to go on in my own way, though I suffer for it. The new chapel in Chestertown is elegantly planned. Brother Watcoat first preached in it. We dined at Solomon Brady's. Blessed be God, there are some still left of this family to show us kindness, and renew the remembrance of kindness shown 25 years ago. We came on to Dr. Allen's. He has been strangely kept alive for about 70 years in many infirmities. Saturday 23. I preached at Easton on 2 Thessalonians 3:1. It was a gracious season for preachers and people. I spoke at 11 o'clock, and I advised the brethren to have preaching at 3 o'clock and at night. My subjects for the past week have been generally prayer and preaching the word. On the Sabbath day we had a love feast. Our exercises were closed by my reading the extraordinary accounts I had received of the work of God in the south and west of our continent. Preaching began on Hebrews 6:1 at 11 o'clock, and a more solemn assembly I think I never saw. Brother Watcoat spoke in the afternoon, and James Moore exhorted. Clothed with power and full of love. Never was preacher more respected in Talbot than our Brother Moore. Dr. Allen's was our lodging place for 3 nights. It seems as if the whole peninsula must be Methodized. 25 years of faithful labors, and the consistent lives of our brethren, generally, have worn down prejudice, so that many who will not live will nevertheless, when they are sick, send for the preachers, that they may die Christians. Monday 25. We set out for Dover Ferry, and missing our way, rode an additional 12 miles. Arriving, we found it impassable. Such was the violence of the weather. We took shelter with Mrs. Dickinson. On Tuesday the storm increased, and on Wednesday I rode to Cambridge and crossed Choptank. I preached at Cambridge on 2 Corinthians 6:2, and returned to the former residence of Henry Ennells, deceased. Thursday 28. I preached at Foster's Chapel on 1 Peter 1:4, and came along to Major Mitchell's, in Carolyn. The wind was east, the evening cold, and I unwell. At Denton I took to bed a while. We continued on, however, and reached Choptank. On Saturday I rode, under great bodily affliction, to Duck Creek Town. I was under the necessity of submitting to bleeding, tooth-drawing, and the operation of cathartics. I sat in our conference, held in the Friends Meeting House, 4 days. We had nearly 100 preachers, traveling and local, present for the transaction of business. 12 elders and 12 deacons were ordained. On Friday I rode over on a visit to the daughters of Thomas White, Sarah and Anna. I found the children of my once dear friend at Mr. Cook's. Saturday, May 7. I went very unwell to Wilmington. Next day, Sunday, we had frost and snow. I was very unwell and kept my room. On Monday I attended to the altering of the minutes, with Thomas Jones, my secretary. Pennsylvania, Tuesday 10. We came into the city of Philadelphia. The rain brought on my intermitting fever. Yet, unwell as I was, conditional appointments had been made by my friends. But instead of the pulpit, I took to my room. My journey from Baltimore to this city has brought me over about 350 miles. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday I remained in Philadelphia, most of the time confined to my room. The spirit of contention and church divisions adds distress of mind to my bodily afflictions of colds and intermittents. I crept out upon the Sabbath day and preached at St. George's, on 2 Peter 1:5-9. My voice was weak, and some could not hear, but it was a searching sermon and in season. We set out on Monday and reached Burlington by 12 o'clock. I crossed over and preached in our new house in the solitary town of Bristol. James Sterling and Thomas Ware accompanied me. New Jersey, Tuesday, 17. We rode to Joseph Hutchinson's, and next day came to Elizabethtown and lodged at Mr. Crowell's. On Thursday we reached New York. My weakness continued. Many subjects and persons engaged my thoughts and my attention. But the best of all is, God is with me in all my troubles, sharp and strong. New York. On Friday and Saturday I did a little in writing, talking, planning, and thinking. I can hear, see, or feel no more of religion here than there was last year. I signed a memorial for the obtaining in the court a legal claim to £300 left by Miss de Peyster for the bishops and clergy of the Methodist Church, to be appropriated in the best manner for the good of the society. Sunday 22. I preached at the old church, John Street, from James 3:17. 1. The wisdom that cometh from above is revealed and inspired. It is pure, negatively. It is not mixed by its divine author with that wisdom which is earthly, sensual, and devilish. It is not mixed with the policy, or pleasures, or profits of this world, or of sin, which is of hell. The apostle hath written pure religion, and this it cannot be when mingled with such qualities, all of which spring from men or devils. 2. The wisdom that cometh from above is pure, positively. It is pure in conviction, repentance, faith, regeneration, and sanctification. It is the operative principles of grace in the soul, as internally and externally manifested. It is peaceable in relation to God and all mankind, to the church and the world, and the tranquil state of the soul. It is gentle, soft, amiable in all its administrations, never stormy or sour or haughty or overbearing. Easy to be entreated, to do and suffer anything that is right and reasonable, for the glory of God, and for the good of our own, and the souls of others. Impartiality, this is the Christian dress. Not bound and pinched by countries, names, forms, and opinions. Neither does it envy the rich on account of their riches, nor neglect the poor on account of their poverty. Without hypocrisy, sincerity is the incontestable evidence to God and man of our possession of the heavenly treasure of that wisdom that cometh from above. And people may go upon fancies, and be ready to die with raptures, but if they are turbulent, ungovernable, self-willed, and false towards their fellow men, or towards their God, their religion is vain. Whatever it may once have been, it is not the gold of the sanctuary now, but a counterfeit, alloyed by a mixture of the wisdom of this world. After Brother Watcoat had preached in the afternoon, I gave them an exhortation. A bread factory caught fire and occasioned a great alarm and bustle. Plenty of water and the great activity of the citizens prevented the flames from spreading. Monday 23. I rode 22 miles to the Widow Sherwood's and preached at 4 o'clock on Hebrews 4:9-11. Next day we called at Nicholas Underhill's and dined, and exhorted and prayed with the family. At the White Plains I preached on 1 John 2:15. It was the time of the court's sitting, which, together with a want of information respecting the appointment made for me, caused but a thin congregation. We lodged at Moses Fowler's, and the next day reached Bedford, where Brother Watcoat preached. Connecticut. On the morrow we reached Reading, passing through Ridgefield, and I preached in Aaron Hunt's house upon Colossians 3:12-13. The text itself is a sermon. Friday 27. Finding the road, by information, to be rocky and hilly, we were persuaded to come back to the post road. We therefore directed our course down through Greenfield and Bridgeport to Stratford, and arriving at Elkin and Wheeler's, we were willing to rest. 30 miles of our journey we made without feeding man or beast. My health is better, but the labor of riding, and the inconvenience occasioned by the dust raised by the chase in advance of us, made me feel a little like Jonah. My soul is often led out after God. My treasure and pleasure is Christ and the service of his church. The Baptists of Connecticut have sent their petition from the Assembly to the Legislature of Connecticut, to the bishops of the Methodist Church, that they may have their aid in obtaining toleration. What can we do, and how is it our business? We are neither popes nor politicians. Let our brethren assert their own liberties. Besides, who may now be trusted with power? The Baptists are avowed enemies to episcopacy, be the form of church government as mild as it may. Now, it seems, popes, as they would otherwise term us, may be useful to them, nor are they too proud to ask for help. But our people will not be pushed into their measures. Their bishops have no coercive power of this sort. If the Baptists know not what to do, we cannot tell them. Sunday 29. We came to Middletown. As it was the hour of devotion, we stepped into the separate meeting-house, and heard a certain Mr. Greaves preach. At 5 o'clock, Brother Watcoat, after some demurring, was permitted to preach. When he was done, the old women controverted his doctrine of sanctification. I told you so. The work of God revives at New Haven, and Satan's emissaries rage, and those who are too good to be better oppose. Monday 30. We crossed Connecticut River at Rocky Hill, and came on to Kelsom, 25 miles. I preached at 4 o'clock on 2 Peter 5, 6-9, and ordained Daniel Burrows a deacon. Tuesday 31. We came to Windham, 20 miles, and had some rain. Brother Watcoat preached. After refreshing ourselves with Mr. Harris and his kind family at Brooklyn, we came on through Pomfret, and thence to Thompson, where I preached at 4 o'clock upon Galatians 5, 22-26, and thus ended the labors of Wednesday. Massachusetts, Thursday, June 2. At Milford in Massachusetts, Brother Watcoat preached at 5 o'clock, and on Friday I made at Needham an improvement on 1 Peter 5:10. On each of the last 2 days we have traveled 30 miles. I have read some letters giving an account of the work of God at the South. Some in our Eastern congregations wonder, if they do not believe. Since we left Baltimore, we have made 712 miles. Saturday 4. We have had a gracious rain. My mind is in peace, but such perpetual motion wearies the flesh, and flags the spirits. Poor New England! She is the valley of dry bones still. Come, O breath of the Lord, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. Sunday 5. Brother Watcoat at Waltham spoke upon Hebrews 8, 10-12. I dropped a few hints upon Hebrews 2, 1-3. We receive good news from the South. We rest, we write, we read, and lay plans for the Boston Conference. Wednesday 8. We came through dust to Boston, and as 18 members were present, we opened the conference in our solitary little chapel. We sat 6 hours a day for the dispatch of business, and there was preaching at 11 and 5 o'clock, and in the evening. It was all new, but nothing special appeared. Saturday 11. We ordained Joshua Soule and Nathan Emery elders, and Edward Whittle deacon. As our work was done, and we were feeble, we came away to Waltham. It is no time to journalize, but I may remark that we had great peace in our conference, and that we have an increase of 500 members. I lodged at Mrs. Woodard's, and was kindly and comfortably entertained. The great wants of Boston are good religion and good water. How can this city and Massachusetts be in any other than a melancholy state? Worse, perhaps, for true piety than any other parts of the Union. What? Reading priests and alive? Oh no! Dead, dead, dead. by nature, by formality, by sin. Sunday 12. I preached at Waltham Chapel on 1 Peter 4:18. On Monday I rested and made ready for the tour to Ashgrove. Long-wanted rain overtook us on our road to Havard, and we came in dripping to Caleb Sawyer's. Here I was pleased with the decency, piety, and simplicity of manners of both parents and children. At a small schoolhouse, 2 miles distant, Brother Watcoat preached. On Wednesday we came on to Lominster, 12 miles, and dined at Silas Willard's. At 4 o'clock I preached on 1 Corinthians 1:30. It is in this town we crossed the Nashua River, which empties into the Merrimack. I will not mention names, but I could tell of a congregation that sold their priest to another congregation in Boston for the sum of $1,000, and hired out the money at the unlawful interest of 25 or 30%. Lord, have mercy upon the priest and people that can think of buying the kingdom of heaven with money. How would it tell to the South that priests were among the notions of Yankee traffic? New Hampshire, Thursday, 16. We came to Ebenezer Colburn's, New Hampshire, and I preached upon Titus 2:11-12. We had an open time, a baptism, and sacrament. Next day we labored through extreme heat, and over high hills, to Marlborough, and were glad to rest ourselves at Ebenezer Herrick's, opposite the west side of the great mountain called Monadnick. This portion of the state of New Hampshire is full of hemlock swamps, and I question if any part of the Allegheny, south, is more broken. The roads, however, are greatly improved, and there is a turnpike extending from Boston to Keene. The soil, though barren, exhibits, in its abundant productions of grass, oats, barley, rye, and potatoes, what the arm of labor and habits of economy and industry will do. Outdoors there is a well-kept stock of cattle, sheep, and hogs, and indoors you see plenty of cheese, butter, and milk, and fish from the mill ponds, which are wonderfully frequent, producing the finest trout and pike. The people are pictures of health, and appear to be of the old English stamina. Saturday, 18. We journeyed through the vale and pleasant town of Keene, and climbed along, height after height, towards Walpole. 7 miles off, upon the southwest, we turned and came to Westmoreland, and held our quarterly meeting for Chesterfield Circuit at Jonathan Winchester's, brother to the famous Universalist of that name. I opened the meeting in a new barn, upon Titus 2:13-14. On the Sabbath we were crowded from 7 o'clock in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. The wind from the southeast blew in at the door, and it rained withal. Brother Watcoat and Elder Ostrander preached before, and the young men exhorted after love feast and the sacrament. Monday 20. We came over the mighty hills to Chesterfield. Here we called upon John Bishop, and at 4 o'clock a few were got together, to whom I gave a lecture upon Hebrews 12:1-3. Next day we crossed the Connecticut River at Bennett's Ferry, and came into the city of Brattleboro, stopping at Joseph Jacobs's. We are now in Vermont. The stupendous steeps on each side of the river resemble those at Harper's Ferry, and the precipitous heights of the North River. We have ridden 850 miles since we left Baltimore. My mind enjoys a great calm, and I have faith to believe that as God is working gloriously in other parts of the continent, he will make a display of his power even here, and bid the dry bones live. I hope to hear of it at the Ashgrove Conference. Vermont, Wednesday, 22. We had a meeting at a schoolhouse near to Joseph Jacobs's in Guilford. Brother Watcoat preached upon the perfect law of liberty, and we had a gracious season. As we could not consent to wait 3 days for Whittingham quarterly meeting, we, on Thursday, took the track to Bennington, the mountain notwithstanding. We had been advised to go round nearly 100 miles. We passed through Brattleboro, Marlborough, Wilmington, and the skirts of several other small towns. Our dinner we took with D. Mixon, and continued on to William Perry's, 35 miles. Our journey today was quite in the old style. Braddock's Road, over the Allegheny Mountain. On Friday evening we reached Ashgrove, 28 miles, by 4 o'clock. Weary men and tired horses. I have good health, severe temptations, but no murmuring or ill temper. I am once more in Cambridge, State of New York. New York, Saturday, 25. I spent in reading, writing, meditation, and prayer. Sabbath 26. At our church at Ashgrove, I spoke upon Colossians 4, 2, 3. We had a quickening time. When I came across the mountain, I found the season was exceeding dry, and was led out in prayer that the Lord would graciously give us of the fruits of the earth, and be merciful to man and beast. Our exercises of faith and prayer, I believe, were not unavailing. On Saturday and Sunday we had rain, and now the same blessings of a spiritual nature are wanting, for which we wrestle with our God, and I believe souls will be converted at this conference. Luther Bishop, a young boy, preached on the Sabbath day, and so we will continue every evening until next Monday or Tuesday week, stroke after stroke with the rod of the Lord, like Moses, until the waters of repentance flow from hearts of rock. On Monday, Brother Watco preached. My subject on Tuesday was Romans 2, 7. We rested at John Baker's. On Wednesday the elders did not appear, and I was obliged to hold forth again. My text, Psalm 102, 13 through 17. By deaths and removals, this Ashgrove society is diminished, but there will be a revival at this conference. This is a very eligible place for Albany, York, Genesee, Pittsfield, and Vermont districts, but the conference ought to be divided between the two old societies of York and Ashgrove. On Thursday I had to preach again. Friday, July 1. We opened our conference at John Baker's, in the Holloway, prettily environed with hills, a carpet of green spread beneath, and here and there around us fields clothed with the promise of an abundant harvest. We finished our business on Tuesday, public and private. There were nearly 70 preachers and 50 members. On the Sabbath day, perhaps we had 2,000 hearers. The house was filled with women, and the men stood without. I stood in the door and spoke to them from 1 Timothy 4, 11, 12. But I had been overcome by 12 hours a day constant attention to business in the conference, and spoke with pain. Wednesday, 6. We came to Pittstown, dined with Mr. Follett, and came on to the Half Moon, 30 miles, and lodged at John Barber's. These two villages increase. On Thursday we came through Albany, and stopped to dine at Dole's Tavern, 3 miles beyond. Here Brother Watco discovered that he had left my coat and my cloak behind. I bore the loss with some patience. Finding we had 200 miles to reach Trenton, and only 6 days to accomplish the distance in, we continued on to Blaisdell's, at Cayman's Landing. Reflecting on this, and the journey of 1,400 miles still to Kentucky, and Brother Watcote's indisposition withal, I felt somewhat moved. On Friday we came to John Crawford's, near the Catskill Mountains, making 35 miles without food for man or beast. On Saturday we reached Cole's, at Hurleytown, on Esopus Creek. The drought and heat and dust, in 990 miles from Baltimore to this place, made us suffer. But my mind was supported and my health preserved. At Hurley we called a few attentive people together, to whom I dispensed the word of life on Hebrews 11:25. Monday 11. We rose at 4 o'clock and came off at 6, and at 12 stopped at Mr. Ostrander's. In this happy family we found the Son of Peace. We came on to New Windsor, through Newburgh, to John Ellis's, making 40 miles. Were I to listen to the murmurs of people, I might bring myself into dreadful business. Feeling my unworthiness, I the more readily forgive their complaints. Indeed, their censure is far more safe for me than their praise. I have traveled about 200 miles through the state of New York. By a fair and accurate computation, I judge that we have added, exclusive of the dead, the removed, and the expelled, and withdrawn, 17,300. Our total for the year 1803 are 104,070 members. In 1771, there were about 300 Methodists in New York, 250 in Philadelphia, and a few in Jersey. I then longed for 100,000. Now I want 200,000. Nay, thousands upon thousands. End of section 12. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 13 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Tuesday 12. We rested, but we shall pay for it before we reach Trenton. On Wednesday we started for Warwick, but the tire of the carriage wheel giving way, we only reached Lymanson's. Next day we dined at Sussex Courthouse, and reached Messiners, on the mountain. Next day we came to Asbury town, between Sussex and Hunterdon counties. New Jersey, Saturday 16. We were driven into Jonathan Bunn's by a blessed rain. On the Sabbath day at Trenton, my subject was 2 Corinthians 11:17. Monday 18. We went forward to Bristol. Brother Watcoat preached. I had spoken at Burlington on Titus 2:14. Pennsylvania. I must here in Philadelphia labor with the pen, and answer letters, and refit for the Western Conference. Friday 22. We left the city. During my 3 days' stay, I preached once at the Academy. On the Great Valley Road we stopped at Brother Geiger's, and housed for the night with an exceeding kind German family by the name of Kennedy. On Saturday we found heat, and dust, and turnpike gates, 12 in 75 miles, as usual. Sabbath 24 we spent at Soudersburg. I spoke on Psalm 51, 9-12. Here Bishop Watcoat concluded he must stop, or go on with me and die by inches. Monday 25. I passed through Lancaster, called upon John Shaner upon Little Conestoga, dined at Columbia and preached at 3 o'clock, and then crossed the ferry and reached Henry Strickler's to lodge for the night. We stole a march upon our friends at York, and met them at the courthouse as they were coming to meet us. We stopped a while at Brother Lay's, and then came on to Brother Pence's. On Tuesday I had a little leisure to write a few letters, and on Wednesday morning I preached at the chapel, and in the evening went to James Worley's. On Thursday I preached once more at the widow Holspeter's upon Conewago. Since I was here, the old man has gone to rest. My mind is under a great calm. I hope this will be a great year of gospel grace. Friday 29. We had a sultry ride to Carlisle. Henry Boehm preached in the evening. Next day at 11 o'clock, I gave them a sermon from Colossians 3:12-14. In the evening, Wilson Lee spoke. On the Sabbath, we had prayer meeting at 5 o'clock. James Smith preached at 8 o'clock. I spoke on 2 Corinthians 6:2, and Wilson Lee in the afternoon. We had excessive heat, but the people were very attentive. I have read the half of The Portrait of St. Paul. O inimitable Fletcher, in preaching, writing, in living, and in dying. Monday, August 1. I came 10 miles to a Mr. Snyder's, near a village called Newville, and dined about 11 o'clock. The people gathered together, and I must needs preach to them. We proceeded on to Shippensburg in haste, and here I again stood up in my Master's name. We had a crowded house and a sick preacher. There is a meeting house here on shares with the Presbyterians and Seceders. The Methodists have one of their own. On Tuesday morning at 4 o'clock, we set out to scale the mountains. We passed a little town called Strasburg, and another called Emmitsburg. Here we stopped, and I laid myself down upon the floor to rest. Intense heat, rugged mountains, and a wasting dysentery almost overcame me. I feel, and have felt 32 years, for Pennsylvania, the most wealthy and the most careless about God and the things of God. But I hope God will shake the state and the churches. There are now upwards of 20 German preachers somehow connected with Mr. Otterman and Martin Boehm. But they want authority, and the church wants discipline. Wednesday 3. We came to David Fields and fed. After prayer, Wilson Lee bade us farewell, and went away to the Littleton quarterly meeting. A rumor had spread that I also was to be there. Strange that they should expect that I would stay 100 miles in the rear of my appointments for such a purpose. What must I not do to please all the preachers and all the people? Hard and slowly did we toil up, through intense heat, 8 miles of the sidling hill. We stopped at a house of entertainment, kept by Mr. Head. The night was very sultry, and my lodging room very small. Thursday 4. We started for Berlin. Passing through Bedford and Somerset counties, and crossing the Juniata, we came into pleasant Berlin about sunset, making a ride of 40 miles. We lodged with Squire Johnston, and necessity was laid upon us to speak both in English and German, with the assistance of my traveling companion, Henry Boehm. Friday 5. 42 miles over hills and rocks brought us down upon Connellstown, on the Yoyogany River, where we lodged with Anthony Banning. I called at the 20-mile house, and found a daughter of Michael King, a local preacher amongst us whilst living, and now, I trust, a glorified spirit. I think it will be better for me never to ride 82 miles in 2 days again. A wearied mare, just off a journey of 1,300 miles, and an old, afflicted man. But God and grace is sufficient. On Saturday and Sabbath I rested in Connellstown and preached. My subject was Matthew 5:13. There has been death in the pot here, nor do we know that it is yet, or when it will be, out. On our way to Jacob Murphy's, we noticed Colonel Mason's superb stone mansion on Mount Braddock. Tuesday 9. At Murphy's barn, I spoke on 1 Corinthians 7, 29-31. Although much afflicted in my bowels, I felt wholly given up to do or suffer the will of God, to be sick or well, and to live or die at any time and in any place, the fields, the woods, the house, or the wilderness. Glory be to God for such resignation. I have little to leave, except a journey of 5,000 miles a year, the care of more than 100,000 souls, and the arrangement of about 400 preachers yearly, to which I may add the murmurs and discontent of ministers and people. Who wants this legacy? Those who do are welcome to it for me. Thursday 11. I dined with the aforesaid Colonel Mason, one of the great men of the West. Next day I came to Uniontown and returned to Jacob Murphy's. On Saturday I came to the quarterly meeting. I preached, and we had an open time. At the night meeting it was a shouting time, and our meetings, I believe, were warning times to Uniontown. I believe God will yet work in the Redstone settlement. He has already begun amongst the Presbyterians. Tuesday, 16. I rode 20 miles to Harry Stephens's upon Monongalia, weak and afflicted. Next day I attended an appointment made for me at Mapletown. My subject was 2 Timothy 4, 7, 8. Many heard and felt. I stayed with Mr. Jackson on Muddy Creek for the night. Thursday, 18. I preached at Shepherd's Meeting House upon Romans 8, 9. I was uncommonly led out upon both my last subjects, and I suppose I had 1,000 hearers in the two congregations. After dining we rode down the heights of 10 Mile to a town called Frederick, thence to the Quaker settlement, and stopped at Alexander Frew's. Were the grounds not so uneven, and so destitute of springs and streams, I should give the Redstone settlement the preference to almost any in America. The soil is good, the timber lofty, and there is plenty of iron, coal, and limestone. And would the settlers generally do as their Quaker neighbors, the only people here who manure their lands, the soil would never be exhausted. The great promise of fruit has failed. It is mercifully wise in Providence to check our plenty, particularly here. Many drunkards will now be kept sober in this distilling country, and I hope some will be converted to God. Friday, 19. Our camp meeting begins today. The ground chosen was William Jackman's, near the old fort upon the Monongalia. It was upon a beautiful eminence. The great stand was erected, and a second one to the left, concealed by the trees. On Saturday I preached to about 1,000 hearers. My text was Isaiah 55:12. The Sabbath was wet in the morning, but, clearing away, both stands were occupied, and there might be in the two congregations nearly 4,000 people. There was a visible impression made upon many, and we hope 50 souls were converted to God. On Tuesday we came away, whilst others were coming to the ground. Thornton Fleming and James Quinn went back and preached. We came to Samuel Hammond's. Wednesday, 24. At the Forks Meeting House I preached on 1 Thessalonians 3:1. Whilst we were at dinner at Benjamin Fell's, William Page came in with the agreeable intelligence of a revival at Connellsville. On Thursday we crossed Monongalia at Elizabethtown, and came to William Jones's, and preached to an unexpected congregation. I was unwell, but spoke on Acts 2:21. A woman, noted for being a mocker, fell down and cried for mercy, confessing her sins before all the people. Brother Page exhorted, but the people would not disperse until he had given them a sermon under the sugar maple trees. Many trembled and wept, if they did not pray. This has been a neglected spot. On Friday we rested. Saturday, 27. We had a dry, sultry ride to Pittsburgh. In the evening William Page preached. In the courthouse I spoke on the Sabbath day to about 400 people. My subject was 1 Chronicles 7:14. I would have preached again, but the Episcopalians occupied the house. I come but once in 12 years, but they could not consent to give way for me. It is time we had a house of our own. I think I have seen a lot which will answer to build upon. Monday, 29. I came down and crossed at the old fort, the point of confluence of the rivers Monongalia and Allegheny, whence these united waters flow under the appropriate name of Ohio. Beautiful. I crossed Sawmill and the Shirty, and passed the lands of General Neville. At John Renshaw's I found an agreeable hostess and lovely children. Riding up the road, I met an aged Presbyterian, who told me that religion was at a great height in Mr. Wood's congregation. That yesterday under preaching several fell down. He asked my opinion of the work. I replied that in my judgment, any person who could not give an account of the convincing and converting power of God might be mistaken. Falling down would not do. We agreed in sentiment. I stopped at John Fawcett's, where, although very sick, I preached to a large congregation at 7 o'clock on Tuesday. My subject was Matthew 7, 7, 8. I baptized several children. On the same day I rode, weak, faint, and alone, to Washington. It was the time of the court sessions. We had about 400 people to hear, to whom I spoke on Titus 2, 11, 12. I lodged at John Crouch's. God is in this house. Wednesday, 31. We rode 17 miles to Philip Doddridge's, near a new-made town called Middletown. Here I preached next day in a new stone house, the first of the kind I have met with in my tour. Although faint, from heat and a dysentery, I was long and fervent, and the people were attentive. Friday, September 2. We found a spot and made a pulpit between two sugar maple trees. I was in great pain, so that I did not attend quarterly meeting, which began on Saturday, continued until midnight, recommenced on the Sabbath with love feast and sacrament, and at 11 o'clock I preached on Ephesians 6, 18-20. 1. The mystery of the gospel, in redemption and salvation, in what Christ hath done for us, and in what is wrought in us by his Spirit. 2. The duty, nature, and exercise of prayer, for saints, for the ministry, and for the success of the gospel. 3. That the apostle might be bold as a prisoner and a martyr. Many things were said of the mysteries of God, creation, the winds, and our own existence in embryo. We have demonstration of these mysteries, and such we also have of redemption, conviction, conversion, sanctification, and the adorable Trinity, and frequent and obvious demonstrations of the power of God and his word instantaneously manifested. We do not know how these things are, but we know that they do exist. My indisposition was such that I left the people still engaged in worship, much ashamed of the meanness of my performance, however well my hearers may have thought of it. The Lord knew my good intentions, but I saw that the excellency of such sublime and interesting subjects was beyond my reach of thought or expression. The Lord blessed our gathering together, and souls were converted. Virginia, Ohio County, Monday 5. We rode 10 miles to John Beck's, near West Liberty. I preached on Acts 3:26. One soul who had been convicted at our quarterly meeting professed to find peace with God, and shouted "Glory" with a loud voice. On Tuesday I preached near this place to a crowd at John Spau's. I came with Resin Pumphrey down the great hill to the Ohio. Wednesday brought us to Charlestown, the capital of Brooke County, situated at the mouth of Buffalo, 80 miles from Pittsburgh. We found the Ohio so low that the boat of Colonel Lewis, who was going to explore the Mississippi, would not float over the flats. Ohio, Thursday, 8. I reached Steubenville and preached on Luke 19:10. As the courthouse could not contain the people, we went to a Presbyterian tent, for which, as the Jews and Samaritans have no dealings in this country, we must ask pardon. I was invited to dine with Mr. Basiliel Wells, one of the proprietors of this town, and the rich occupant of a large mansion, which, if rough cast, would be grand. The rivers and streams were never lower than now. My mind is greatly engaged with God in public and in private. But I feel the power of Satan in these little, wicked, western trading towns. Friday 9. At Charlestown, I preached in Brook Courthouse on Joshua 24:19. We came to Nicholas Pomfrey's to lodge in the evening. On Saturday we crossed at Pomfrey's Ferry and attended West Wheeling Quarterly Meeting at Hopewell Chapel. I ordained Brother Renshaw to the office of deacon, and then came to the stand, and preached on the Sabbath day on 1 Peter 5:10. We had love feast and sacrament. There was a cry raised very soon, and it was with difficulty I could keep the thread of my discourse, whilst they were singing and shouting upon the top of the hill. At candlelight the cry began again, and continued until the break of day on Monday morning. It is judged there were 20 souls converted to God. I came away, keeping up Indian Short Creek to Isaac Meeks, 10 miles. On this stream are some of as fine lands as any in America. Tuesday 13. We came to Morrison's Tavern, 20 miles, our route lying along upon the branches of Short Creek, Wheeling, and Stillwater, the land still fertile. Next day we reached Wills Creek, after riding 37 miles. We were richly entertained at Mr. Beatty's. On Thursday morning it rained about 2 hours. I was damped, and felt a touch of inflammation in my throat. We stopped at Zanesville, and found good entertainment at Mrs. Morrison's. Friday 16. We reached John Murphy's at New Lancaster. Since Tuesday morning we have ridden 120 miles, over successive and excessively steep hills. My mind has been calm. Daniel and Benjamin Hitt have been my companions. The levels and on the watercourses the lands in this state are exceedingly rich, with all the appearances which alluvial soils present. I frequently see the tumuli or barrows, such as are seen in the west of Georgia, most probably graves of the aborigines. Jonathan's and Brush Creeks are branches of the Hockhocking. There is fine land on these streams. We are, I judge, 600 miles from Philadelphia. On Saturday I preached at John Murphy's on 2 Peter 1:2. We held a sacramental and social meeting. At 11 o'clock Daniel Hitt preached, and I spoke after him. We had the attention of the people, and we saw some tears, but there was nothing special done. On Monday I preached at Edward Teal's once more. This brother I knew in Maryland 30 years ago. He is now settled in Fairfield, near Rush Creek, and has 1,200 acres of land under his feet, equal to any in the United States. What will not a little enterprise do for a man in this highly favored country? Tuesday 20. Was a day of settled rain. We sought a shelter at Edward Teal's. Next day, having 2 appointments, we set out and got bewildered in the woods, and lost our way upon Mount Pleasant. We judged it best to take the path to New Lancaster, and try to secure our second appointment at Broad Coals. After riding about 20 miles, and again missing our way, we came in at 3 o'clock, and I preached upon Luke 11:13. I took lodging at Mr. Daniel Van Meter's. Mr. Van Meter told me that a boy had cultivated about 12 acres, which would yield him about 700 bushels of Indian corn. Now what do these people want with slaves? They have wisely prohibited their introduction into the state. The muddy prairie is 5 miles in length, and a mile wide, more or less. It was doubtless once a lake. It is very fertile, but must be drained before it can be well cultivated. New Lancaster has nearly 100 houses of all kinds, ill situated for health on a low, rich level, through which creeps the still Hockhocking. Thursday 22. We came 30 miles to Brown's on Deer Creek, Ross County. Our route brought us over the Pickaway Plains, 7 miles long, 3 miles wide, and fertile. Little hills covered with lofty trees here and there rise from the level and give a beautifully picturesque appearance to the plains. At Thomas's we crossed the Scioto, now dwindled to a small body of water. On Friday I preached at Brown's. My text was 2 Timothy 4, 7, 8. It was an open season, with about 300 hearers. Saturday, 24. I rode to Chillicothe, 15 miles, through lands generally rich. We passed some of those mounds and entrenchments which still astonish all who visit this country, and give rise to many conjectures respecting their origin. Shadows, clouds, and darkness rest, and will rest, upon them. In the State House, which also answers for a courthouse, I preached to about 500 hearers, and would have had more had not the rain prevented. Chillicothe stands upon the point of confluence of the Scioto River and Paint Creek. On Monday we came away from Governor Edward Tiffin's across the fat lands of the Paint. At the end of 30 miles we stopped at Branker's, and had the common fare of travelers, with other travelers. Tuesday, 27. We stopped at Ohio Brush Creek, 15 miles. Dined in haste with George Spurgeon, and bent our course to George Rogers's at Darlington's Ferry. This was a stretching ride. Kentucky, Wednesday, 28. We crossed the Ohio into the state of Kentucky, Fleming County, stopping at Salathiel Fitch's. It is wonderful to contemplate the effects of American enterprise exhibited in the state of Ohio. It is but 4 years since Zane opened the road for the general government through the wilderness so lately called, and now there are the towns of Marietta at the mouth of the Muskingum, of about 1,000 houses, Cincinnati containing as many, Hamilton of 500 houses, and many others whose names are scarcely fixed. Thursday, 30. We came through Bourbon County. I crossed Licking River by the Salt Works and rode 33 miles to Benjamin Coleman's at Mount Gerizim to attend the Kentucky Conference. This was a heavy ride, without food for man or beast until we reached home. On Friday we rested. Saturday, October 1. Barnabas M. Henry preached upon the divine institution of the Sabbath. On Sunday I had to preach from a stand in the woods to about 2,000 people. My subject was 1 Thessalonians 3:1. It was an open time. Monday, 3. We entered fully upon our conference work, but I had to preach nevertheless. We had preaching every day, and the people continued singing and prayer, night and day, with little intermission. On Wednesday the meeting closed. We hope there were 20 souls converted to God, besides 5 who are reported to have been converted at a family meeting. Our conference ended on Thursday the 6th. I had taken cold, but rode 12 miles to Smith's, and was driven by illness early to bed. Next day I rose unwell, and continued my route through Paris, standing upon the fork between Stono and another stream, useful for mills, but apt to be nearly dry in autumn. Paris is the capital of Bourbon County, a growing place of about 400 houses, some of brick, and a stone meeting house belonging to the Presbyterians. The day was excessively warm, but I made 20 miles to Dr. Hin's, Clark County. Brothers M. Kendry, Garrett, Douthit, and Grenade were with me. Saturday, 8. I felt my mind devoutly fixed on God. I accomplished 2 things in conference, viz., 1. Forming the Ohio circuits into a district. 2. Sending 2 missionaries to Natchez, and 1 to the Illinois, as the minutes of the present year will show. End of section 13. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 14 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sunday 9. At Hinds Chapel, Clark County, I preached, and thereby paid a debt which I had contracted last year by sending N. Snethan to preach in my place, by which, it may be, some people were disappointed. My text was 2 Peter 1, 4-8. On Monday we took the path for Madison, crossing the Kentucky River at Combs Ferry. We put in at Christopher Irwin's. On Tuesday we stopped at Woods, in the woods. His house being unfinished, there were masons, and carpenters, and gentlemen, and riflemen, and whiskey topers, besides the gnats and bats, which, ever and anon, flew in and out. We quitted our purgatory upon paying $2.50 for 3 of us. Wednesday 12. It rained today. We encountered the rocks and hills, on the route to Rock Castle River, and stopped, dripping and willing, at Senior Ferris's. Here we had fire, food, prayer, a room, and a bed. On Thursday we started and reached Richard Bollinger's. Our host gave us entertainment gratis, and we had prayer at night and in the morning. I think seriously of forming a wilderness circuit. It is high time to begin. Tennessee, Friday 14. We came to Hunt's at Claiborne's courthouse, and next day reached Martin Stubblefield's. What a road we have passed! Certainly the worst on the whole continent, even in the best weather. Yet, bad as it was, there were 400 or 500 crossing the rude hills whilst we were. I was powerfully struck with the consideration that there were at least as many thousand emigrants annually from east to west. We must take care to send preachers after these people. We have made 1,080 miles from Philadelphia, and now, what a detail of sufferings might I give, fatiguing to me to write, and perhaps to my friends to read. A man who is well mounted will scorn to complain of the roads, when he sees men, women, and children, almost naked, paddling barefoot and bare-legged along, or laboring up the rocky hills, whilst those who are best off have only a horse for 2 or 3 children to ride at once. If these adventurers have little or nothing to eat, it is no extraordinary circumstance, and not uncommon, to encamp in the wet woods after night. In the mountains it does not rain, but pours. I, too, have my sufferings, perhaps peculiar to myself, pain and temptation, the one of the body and the other of the spirit. No room to retire to, that in which you sit common to all, crowded with women and children, the fire occupied by cooking, much and long loved solitude not to be found, unless you choose to run out into the rain in the woods. 6 months in the year I have had, for 32 years, occasionally, to submit to what will never be agreeable to me. But the people, it must be confessed, are amongst the kindest souls in the world. But kindness will not make a crowded log cabin, 12 feet by 10, agreeable. Without are cold and rain, and within 6 adults and as many children, one of which is all motion. The dogs, too, must sometimes be admitted. On Saturday at Felix Ernest's, I found that amongst my other trials I had taken the itch. And considering the filthy houses and filthy beds I have met with, in coming from the Kentucky Conference, it is perhaps strange that I have not caught it 20 times. I do not see that there is any security against it, but by sleeping in a brimstone shirt. Poor bishop! But we must bear it for the elect's sake. I have written some letters to our local brethren, and read the book of Daniel since I have been in this house. Sunday 23. My soul is tranquil, the air is pure, and the house of God is near, and Jehovah is nearer. At Ebenezer I preached on James 1:22. But be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own selves. By introduction, I collected the words of our Lord and those of the Apostle Paul upon the same subject, and brought them to one point. In opening the subject, I observed 1. What we are taught in the preaching of the gospel. First, Christian experience. Secondly, Christian tempers. Thirdly, Christian perfection. Fourthly, Christian duties. 2. General head. How people should hear the word. Constantly, seriously. In faith, in prayer. As believing it promises all that is good and threatens the most dreadful evil. 3. To be doers of the word is to seek for the immediate experience and practice of the word. North Carolina. On Monday we came off in earnest, refreshed at Isaiah Harrison's, and continued on to the Paint Mountain, passing the gap newly made, which makes the road down to Paint Creek much better. I lodged with Mr. Nelson, who treated me like a minister, a Christian, and a gentleman. Tuesday, 25. We reached Buncombe. The road is greatly mended by changing the direction and throwing a bridge over the ivy. Wednesday, 26. We called a meeting at Killian's, and a gracious season it was. My subject was 1 Corinthians 15:38. Sister Killian and Sister Smith, sisters in the flesh, and kindred spirits in holiness and humble obedience, are both gone to their reward in glory. On Thursday we came away in haste, crossed Swamote at T. Foster's, the French Broad at the High Shoals, and afterward again at Beard's Bridge, and put up for the night at Andrew Mitchell's. In our route we passed 2 large encamping places of the Methodists and Presbyterians. It made the country look like the Holy Land. Friday, 28. We came up Little River, a sister stream of French Broad. It offered some beautiful flats of land. We found a new road, lately cut, which brought us in at the head of Little River, at the old fording place, and within hearing of the falls, a few miles off of the head of Matthews Creek, a branch of the Saluda. The waters foaming down the rocks with a descent of half a mile make themselves heard at a great distance. I walked down the mountain, after riding 16 or 18 miles before breakfast, and came in about 12 o'clock to Father John Douthit's. Once more I have escaped from filth, fleas, rattlesnakes, hills, mountains, rocks, and rivers. Farewell, Western world, for a while. We are 1,270 miles from Philadelphia. South Carolina, Monday, 31. I rode to Chastain's, 20 miles, crossing 3 branches of the Saluda, not many miles from their sources. Tuesday, November 1. At the meeting house I spoke on 2 Peter 5, 6-9. After meeting we rode away 15 miles to Woods, and next day preached at his house to a lifeless congregation, and came off without dining to John Foster's, 12 miles. In this route I crossed the 3 branches of Tiger River, and passed through Greensville and Spartansburg counties. My mind hath been in great peace under all my trials, and labors, and troubles. I find that the camp meetings in this state, and in Georgia, have been conducted in great order, and with great success. Thursday, 3. At Foster's meeting house I spoke on Matthew 5:12. I had some opening. In the evening Moses Matthews and G. Doherty had a lively prayer meeting. I find we have lost Phoebe Wells, Mary Hughes, Eleanor Parker, formerly Owens, and William Hazelwood, members of our society in Charleston. They died of the prevailing fever. Friday, 4. We recrossed the branches of Tiger and Enoree rivers and came along a crippling path to Thomas Terry's, near the fork shoals of Reedy River. We have a new frame house, 30 by 24 feet, built for worship, on Mount Terry. This has been erected in pursuance of my last year's advice, and by one man. Tomorrow we shall open our new house. Saturday 5. I spoke on 2 Peter 2, 1, 2. It was a rainy day, but we had a congregation. On the Sabbath day, I preached on Isaiah 46, 7. I labored hard, I fear to little purpose. May the seed sown in great weakness be raised by the power of God. On Monday I rode to the Golden Grove and preached upon Galatians 5, 22 through 25. It was a cold day, and there were but few people. It is the cotton, corn, and potato harvest. I rode that evening to B. Stanton's upon Saluda. On Tuesday at Salem I preached to a few hearers upon Ephesians 6, 13 through 19. We made James Terrence that evening. Wednesday brought us to David Dunlap's, and Thursday to Claiborne Brown's. We met people coming from a militia muster, drunk, and staggering along the lanes and paths. These unhappy souls have had their camp meeting, and shout forth the praises of the God of strong drink. Glory be to God, we have our camp meetings too, of longer continuance, and more and louder shouting of glory, and honor, and praises to the God of the armies of the earth. Go on, ye servants of the Lord, and thou, mighty Savior, extend the victories of gospel grace. In Lawrence County, I passed the Quaker settlement upon Rebones Creek. Friday 11. I rode in haste to Bethel, 35 miles. On Saturday I rested. On the Sabbath I preached at Bethel once more. My text was Mark 13:34, to the end of the chapter. After sermon I rode 8 miles to Brother Lowe's, amongst the Dutch people, and enforced Hebrews 4, 4 through 16. At Mr. Rolls's, 25 miles distant, I had on Monday a gracious season, whilst expounding Matthew 7, 7 through 11. We crossed Contee's Ferry on Tuesday, and I entered Columbia like an Indian chief. It rained, and I had cast a blanket round me. John Harper came to meet us and welcome us to his house, where, although the weather was stormy, we held a family meeting, and the rooms were filled with respectable hearers. My choice of a text was singular. It was our Lord's most affectionate words to his broken-hearted disciples when giving notice of his departure from them. John 14:18. Wednesday 16 was unfavorable, but we took the path manfully for Charleston. After crossing the ferry at Granby, the rain came upon us powerfully, and accompanied us to the widow Gagler's. With her we dined and took it again to Whetstone's. Thursday 17 was a clear, warm day. We dined with the widow Welsh, and pursuing our journey, lodged at the widow Hart's. Thus we have been cast upon the distinguishing kindness of sisters to her of Sarepta. Friday 18. We came to Mr. M. Quinn's, and next day reached Charleston, after riding 30 miles without rest or food for man or beast. I took possession of the new house built for the preachers, near the new chapel. Sunday 20. I went once more to Cumberland Street House, and had gracious feelings whilst expounding 1 Peter 5:10. My stay being short, I attended in the afternoon, and spoke upon David's repentance, as recorded in Psalm 51, 9 through 11. This also was a seasonable time, and all were attentive. Brother Kendrick spoke in the new church in the afternoon, and Brother Doherty in the old church at night, whilst the new church was occupied by Brother Darley. All this labor was, we hope, not in vain. Some appeared to be in distress. Who knows what God will yet do for wicked Charleston? I continued a week in Charleston, lodging in our own house at Bethel, receiving my visitors, ministers and people, white, black, and yellow. It was a paradise to me, and to some others. Sunday 27. I preached an ordination sermon upon Galatians 1, 15-16, after which we set apart Bennett Kendrick to the elder's office, to which he had been elected by the Virginia Conference. In the afternoon I gave them my farewell discourse in Cumberland Street Meeting House. My subject was Ephesians 4, 1-2. Monday 28. We began our journey to Augusta. On our way dined at Mr. Carr's in Dorchester, and stopped for the night with Mr. Isaac Perry upon Cypress Swamp, by whom we were most affectionately received, and most comfortably accommodated. Tuesday 29. We stopped to dine with Captain Cogers, and came on to S's. Next day to Trotter's. On Thursday to Pierce's, Tinker Creek. Georgia, Friday, December 2. We reached our place of destination. My mind is calm, and hath been kept in a praying frame. I have ridden 1,654 miles by computation since I left Philadelphia. By letter from Philip Bruce, I learned that the work of God has promising appearances in the eastern and western districts of North Carolina, but abundantly more so in the South District of Virginia. At a kind of camp meeting, held at Woolsey Barn, but now Ellis's Chapel, more properly, there have been, report says, 100 whites, and a number of blacks, converted to God. At Guilford Quarterly Meeting, 30, and as many within a short space at Norfolk, brought to Christ. But still larger accounts are received of the work of the Lord in this state. This, however, may be more fully known by reference to Stith Meade's narrative letters on the subject. My lodging in Augusta is with Peter Canteloup, a friend from France. Sunday 4. I preached upon Colossians 6, 2, 3 in the morning. In the afternoon, 2 Corinthians 6, 2. I had satisfactory openings, but I have not those feelings I enjoyed at Charleston. We have a house here, 60 feet by 40, an attentive and large congregation, and 70 members in fellowship. I hope this conference will give us 100 souls converted. At Thomas Haynes's, Uchee, we had a house filled. My subject was Colossians 2, 6. It was a feeling season. Next day at White Oak, I spoke on Hebrews 12, 28, 29, to a few. We rode home with Ignatius Few, whose eldest son is Sirius. Wednesday 7. We came to Scott's Meeting House, an irregular congregation. My text was 1 Corinthians 20, 58. The day was gloomy, the preacher sick, and part of the congregation very inattentive. I lodged with Mr. Gatrell. On Thursday it rained, but we wormed through the scratching woods to Mr. Ware's, where I stopped. Brother Meade went to one appointment, and Brother Randall to another, with small expectation of meeting many people at either. For myself, let me move which way I may, appointments or no appointments, I am sure to be brought into business. Well, so best. Friday 9. I preached at Clendon's Chapel on Romans 3, 2. 1. The characters of believers. 2. The nature and causes of their sleep. 3. The signs of the time and the knowledge thereof, that they may be instructed to awake out of sleep. This was the general plan of my discourse, and we had a gracious season. On Saturday I came to Petersburg. The text for today was 1 Thessalonians 5, 8, 9. Sunday 11. It rained. I spoke in a very open house on Ephesians 6, 18, 19. I lodged at Mr. Oliver's. The face of affairs here is greatly altered for the better, but I expect greater things yet. We have a society, it is true, but we want a house of our own to preach in. On Monday at Thompson's Chapel, I spoke on Hebrews 2, 3, 4, and had good openings on the text. We lodged with Judge Tate. At Freeman's Chapel, my subject was Hebrews 2, 3, 4. I spoke with liberty. We lodged with Mr. Freeman. Wednesday found me at Mark's Chapel. My subject was Hebrews 3, 14. When Brother Mark's house is finished, he hopes to build a chapel, which he means to call Sardis. He is a kind master to his slaves, and hints the probability of his liberating them by will. But he may change his mind before he dies. Thursday, 15. At Hill's Chapel upon Long Creek, I chose Romans 8, 1, 2. First, real Christians are in Christ Jesus, and Christ is in believers. See 2 Corinthians 5, 17. Therefore, if any man be in Christ. Galatians 6, 15. For in Christ Jesus. Romans 8, 10. And if Christ be in you. Colossians 1, 27. Christ in you, the hope of glory. Christ contemplated in this view must mean the operations of his grace and the privileges of Christians. Second, what Christians should do and what they should not do. Not walk after the flesh, but after the Spirit. Third, they that walked after the flesh were in a state of condemnation by the law, the word of God, and their own consciences. And they who walked after the Spirit were in a justified state. I showed that condemnation supposed guilt, loss of privileges, and liability to punishment and death. Justification was present, future, and eternal. After preaching, I took through the rain about 20 miles up to Henry Pope's, upon Long Creek, in Oglethorpe County. I have passed rapidly through Richmond, Columbia, Lincoln, Wilkes, Elbert, and Oglethorpe counties, in Georgia. I will make a few observations upon the ignorance of foolish men, who will rail against our church government. The Methodists acknowledge no superiority but what is founded on seniority, election, and long and faithful services. For myself, I pity those who cannot distinguish between a Pope of Rome and an old, worn man of about 60 years, who has the power given him of riding 5,000 miles a year, at a salary of $80, through summer's heat and winter's cold, traveling in all weather, preaching in all places, his best covering from rain often but a blanket, the surest sharpener of his wit, hunger, from fasts, voluntary and involuntary, his best fare for 6 months of the 12, coarse kindness, and his reward from too many, suspicion, envy, and murmurings all the year round. Friday, 16. Rested. Next day at the chapel, I spoke on 1 Corinthians 10, 12, 13. The weather was cold, and also the people. Sunday, 18. I stood without doors, fixed my blanket to screen me from the sun, and my cap to shelter me from the wind. I cried in the words of my divine Master, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven." First, the light of your principles and doctrine. Second, the light of your experience. Third, the light of your tempers. Fourth, the light of your practice, that they may see it manifested in virtue and piety, and be converted to God. On Tuesday at Burke's Chapel, I spoke upon Galatians 6, 9. We had a full house, a spiritual congregation, and a quickening season. After meeting, we were under the necessity of riding in our wet clothes 12 miles to John Stevens's. Wednesday, 21. Excessively cold. I preached, however, a sermon on 2 Peter 1, 4. We came away without feeding man or beast today, and bent our course to Mr. Bush's. Thursday, 22. At Heath's Gap, I spoke on Hebrews 6, 11, 12. After meeting, we went on to Colonel Stith's at Ogeechee. Surely there is a great change here in the heads and members of the family. Friday, 23. At Spart, notwithstanding the races, We had a full house at Lucas's retreat. On Saturday, I rode down to Matthew Harris's. I passed through Warren, Hancock, and Washington, and have ridden by computation 1,900 miles from Philadelphia. There are many hindrances to the work of God in this section of the country, some evitable and some inevitable. Amongst the first are Sabbath markets, rum, races, and rioting. Of the latter may be enumerated necessary business, so called. The sudden and severe changes, more peculiar to this southern climate, which affect people powerfully, and against which they have not the protection of warm dwellings. The houses are universally unfinished and open, and the churches and chapels are in no better state. My mind is kept in perfect peace, notwithstanding my daily labors, and my sufferings in exposure to night air, and day damps, and hard fare, and hard lodging. Monday, 26. At New Chapel I preached, lodged at Jesse Jordan's. At Walnut Branch Chapel I spoke on Romans 13, 11, 12. We lodged at Mr. Brett's. On Wednesday we had a proper storm of rain in the afternoon. Passing through Louisville, we stopped with Mr. Flournoy, a new convert. His wife is amongst the respectables. So. On Thursday I preached at a new chapel called Bethel, in the woods, in Jefferson County. My text was Acts 26, 17, 18. On Friday we rode to Spirit Creek. We had an appointment for Saturday at a new chapel, but it rained, and we had few hearers. There being several preachers present, I chose for my text Romans 2:21. After meeting we rode 13 miles to Mr. Beale's, near Augusta. To my surprise, I find Bishop Coke is in Augusta before me. I have received letters of consequence from the north. End of section 14. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 15 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. January 4, 1804. We met for conference. Bishop Coke preached in the morning, and in the afternoon at John's, the old house, Augusta. On Monday we opened our conference in Mr. Cantillou's house. We conducted our business in great harmony, and did it hastily. There was preaching every evening, and the bishops bore their share of ministerial labors. Elders and deacons were ordained. I found little difficulty in stationing the preachers. The conference rose at 11 o'clock on Thursday, and I took the road to Swearingham's, 18 miles. On Friday I reached Williams's, and on Saturday Columbia. Sabbath day found me in bed, confined by a deep cold and an affection of my breast. Nature relieved herself. A cold, hungry ride brought us to Camden on Monday. I gave Bishop Coke a plan for a journey as far as Boston, before the General Conference. Saturday, 14. I continued in Camden, occupied in writing answers to Northern letters, and reading Howie's Church History. This is, perhaps, amongst the best I have seen, but his partiality to good old Calvinism is very apparent. I have been unwell, but I am cheered by the glorious prospects of Zion's welfare. I mark this year, 1804, as the greatest that has ever yet been known in this land for religion. Sabbath 15. I preached in the morning and afternoon, and James Jenkins in the evening. On Monday I rode as far as Mr. Rembert's on Black River. Here I retired to read and write. My body is weak, but my mind is stayed upon God. Thursday, 19. For 3 days past I have been reading Howie's. He is concise, elegant enough, and deserves credit for his abridgment of the Fathers, purged from their fables. His characters of Whitfield and Wesley are appropriately great, but oh, his Calvinism! Saturday, 21. I preached at Rembert's Chapel and on the Sabbath day from Luke 20:21. In that hour Jesus rejoiced in spirit and said, I thank thee, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good unto thee. 1. What things they are that are hidden from the wise and prudent. The things of the gospel, the great things, and the deep things of the Spirit of God, in the divine operations, and sensations, and affections, and fruits of the Spirit of grace. These are revealed to simple-hearted, ignorant, poor, and unlearned men and women. 2. Why are they hidden from the wise and prudent? 1. Because they seek the knowledge of them by their own wisdom. 2. Because they will not submit to the rules of discipleship that they may learn. 3. Because they have chosen the world for their portion, with its riches, honors, and pleasures, and thus living they cannot learn. 4. Because they will not, cannot part with their darling passions and besetting sins. 5. Because they will not submit to suffer reproach. Jesus rejoiced that his heavenly Father had made foolish the wisdom of this world, so contrary in its spirit to humble faith and holy obedience, and that so many had been made, and that millions might be made, the subjects of the grace of God, that wisdom which cometh from above. But our Lord did not rejoice in the spiritual ignorance and damnation of the wise and prudent. He upbraided them for what might have been prevented, and wept as man, with God-like love, over Jerusalem. Monday 23. Reading, writing, and planning a route and Sabbath labors from now until January, 1805. The 9th volume of Mr. Wesley's sermons engaged a part of my time. Tuesday 24. We braved the weather, keen and freezing, to Pudden Swamp, taking a cold cut in the cold woods. We were well warmed at Mr. Chisholm's. We felt powerfully for the parents and children of this family. Wednesday 25. By riding an hour in the night, we reached Jane Green's. On our way, we found the waters of Black River spread near a mile over the low grounds about the bridge at Kingstree, where we crossed. We dined at Miller's and baptized a child. Thursday 26. At Black River Meeting House, I spoke to a few souls on 1 Timothy 2:1. The weather became cold, but I had good lodging at Mr. Heidegger's. This part of the country has a solitary appearance, because the white inhabitants have been much lessened by deaths, more especially amongst the children, and by removals to a fresher country. Friday 27. We reached Georgetown. I have suffered in my flesh, and have had deep waters of a temporal and spiritual nature to wade through. If I should die in celibacy, which I think quite probable, I give the following reasons for what can scarcely be called my choice. I was called in my 14th year. I began my public exercises between 16 and 17. At 21, I traveled. At 26, I came to America. Thus far I had reasons enough for a single life. It had been my intention of returning to Europe at 30 years of age. But the war continued, and it was 10 years before we had a settled, lasting peace. This was no time to marry or be given in marriage. At 49, I was ordained superintendent bishop in America. Amongst the duties imposed on me by my office was that of traveling extensively, and I could hardly expect to find a woman with grace enough to enable her to live but 1 week out of the 52 with her husband. Besides, what right has any man to take advantage of the affections of a woman, make her his wife, and by a voluntary absence subvert the whole order and economy of the marriage state, by separating those whom neither God, nature, nor the requirements of civil society permit long to be put asunder? It is neither just nor generous. I may add to this, that I had little money, and with this little administered to the necessities of a beloved mother until I was 57. If I have done wrong, I hope God and the sex will forgive me. It is my duty now to bestow the pittance I may have to spare upon the widows and fatherless girls, and poor married men. Saturday and Sunday I rested at Georgetown. I preached in Mr. Hammett's house, now fallen into our hands. Alexander M. Cain attended the afternoon and evening services. The Baptists have built an elegant church, planned for a steeple and organ. They take the rich, and the commonalty and the slaves fall to us. This is well. We have about 20 whites, and between 300 and 400 blacks in society here. My mind has been deeply tried by my friends who wished me to derange appointments made in 2 circuits, that one station might be supplied. I do not sport with preachers or people. I judge for the Lord and His church. I stand in the order of God, as well as the appointment of men. Monday 30. We crossed Black River at Evans's Ferry, and lodged at Henry Britton's, where we were most kindly entertained. Tuesday 31. I preached at Jenkins Chapel on Hebrews 2:3. We dined and came on to Port's Ferry an hour after the setting of the sun. Thursday, February 2. We crossed Great and Little Pd. Over the latter I crossed in a canoe. At Potato Ferry, a forlorn place, we were detained 3 hours. At Kingston, Brother M. Cain gave us a sermon, and I also gave an exhortation. We lodged at Richard Green's. Saturday 4. We came to Hullum's. A curious, fearful road we had. We hardly escaped miring several times. The simple-hearted, poor people have built a house since I was here last. I gave them a sermon from 2 Timothy 4:7-8. After meeting we pushed on to Father Hullum's, dined and lodged with William Norton. Brother Benjamin Jones, who had come on Bladen Circuit about 10 days back, died upon the road, whether by fits, to which he was subject, or by drowning, we have yet to learn. He was a native of South Carolina, near to Georgetown, a pious, good young man of unblemished life. He had traveled 5 years, and is now gone to rest. Lord, what is man? Lord, what is life? Let me be also ready. North Carolina, Monday, 6. We rode 18 miles to Ebenezer. There were about 30 souls to whom I spoke, from Titus 2:13-14. We came to Pier-Away Ferry. I was unwilling to cross. Nevertheless, we all got into a small, broken flat, and scarcely had we launched when we upset, and were obliged to back out by wading. Had this been in the middle of the river, 15 feet deep. Lord, Thou preservest man and beast. By making 3 trips of the horses, men, and baggage, our crazy skiff put us safe over. At the Widow Cresset's we were well entertained. Tuesday 7. We rode to Little John Gaines 30 miles. No food from sun to sun. Wednesday 8. We rode to Smithville, so called from General Smith. We rode 33 miles through the rain. We lodged at the Widow Doyer's, and were plagued with our horses breaking away. Thursday 9. Our horses were taken and brought to us. I preached at Smithville, and Brother M. Cain also in a house in the town. This is the old Fort Johnson at the mouth of Cape Fear River. It is partially rebuilt. Friday 10. We came to Brunswick, an old town. Demolished houses and the noble walls of a brick church. There remain but 4 houses entire. I preached at Miss Grimshaw's on 2 Corinthians 4:5, and ordained Nathaniel Bell to the office of deacon. At Edward Sullivan's I found that the cold weather and hard labor of writing and preaching began to press me down. Saturday, 11. At Rourke's at Town Creek, Brother M. Cain preached. I also spoke, enforcing, "Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life." A late camp meeting upon Town Creek has given a revival to religion amongst both whites and blacks. I thought I perceived intimations of this in my last visits. About the going down of the sun we came into Wilmington, faint and feeble. Sunday, 12. We had nearly 1,000 souls, to whom I spoke upon Hebrews 12:25. Monday, 13. I rested, wrote, and regulated some matters of a temporal nature. Tuesday, 14. I preached on 2 Peter 2:10-12. Wednesday, 15. We set out and made Nixon's at topsail. Thursday, 16. Lodged with Lot Ballard, New River. Friday, 17. Reached Thomas Lee's, Trent River. Saturday, 18. I preached in Lee's church on 1 Corinthians 15:58. After meeting we had a cold ride to Newbern. Sunday, 19. I spoke under great heaviness. My subject was Colossians 3:12-16. Again in the evening on Ezekiel 35:2. My load was thrown off, and we had life springing up in the assembly. Monday, 20. We moved a subscription to raise $1,000 to enlarge and finish the chapel. We have obtained $600. Brother M. Cain preached, and there was something of a shout. Tuesday, 21. I spoke from Hebrews 3:15. Our official brethren were called up in the night to attend 2 gay females. One had run to call the brethren to pray for her distressed companion, and she also was stricken. They both professed to find the Lord. Wednesday and Thursday, 22, 23. We called assemblies in Newbern, and unwieldy congregations came together. Friday, 24. We took the path to Washington. It was clear and cold. At Neuse Ferry it blew fresh. At Tar River the gale had subsided, and we crossed in comfort. Saturday, 25. I felt the effects of my long and very cold ride from Newbern. Nevertheless, I gave them a sermon. Sabbath day, 26. I spoke at Washington on 2 Corinthians 5:11-15. I collected 3 propositions from the whole. 1. The gospel is a universal ministration of grace and truth. We persuade men, all men everywhere. This position is proved by the general love of God, the general commission given the ambassadors of Christ, the general atonement, general offers of grace, the general judgment. 2. That consequently the gospel must be, in all its administrations, applicable to the cases, consciences, and characters of all. And thus does it behoove the ministers of the gospel to preach it. 3. It is a ministry of terror. The terror of the Lord we persuade men. It is a ministry of love. The love of Christ constraineth us. Monday, 27. At Gardiner's Bridge I spoke to many hearers on Luke 4:18-19. It was very chilly. In the evening we came to John Watts. 30 miles today, without fire or food, from 7 to 5 o'clock in the evening. On Tuesday, being unwell, Brother M. Cain officiated for me. I groan, being burdened. 7 conferences to appoint the stations in. To officiate in the General Conference of this year. 17 states to visit, requiring a ride of 5,000 miles at the rate of 20, 30, and 40 miles a day. O Lord, give me support. For every day, every hour, and every moment is a time of need with me. We rode up to Colonel Samuel Williams's, 20 miles. At Williams's chapel, Taylor's Ferry, truly the great ones were present to hear, and I preached to them upon the great salvation. To little purpose, I fear. We have small fruit of 25 years of faithful labors upon the rich lands of Roanoke. Thursday, March 1. After a lonely ride of 15 miles in the rain, I preached at the widow Ann Whitmell's, near Edwards Ferry. We had 20 females and half as many males to hear. The Baptists go ahead of the Methodists in this settlement. If it be well done, it matters little who does it. My mind is in peace, but my body is weak and in pain. Friday, 2. After preaching at Whitaker's chapel on Revelations 2:10, I ordained Henry Bradford, Benjamin Neville, and William Lindsay deacons. It was very cold. Saturday, 3. I rode 20 miles, crossed Roanoke to Bridges Creek, and lodged at Richard Whitaker's. Sabbath day 4 was extremely cold. I preached at Rehoboth Chapel and ordained Richard Whitaker a deacon. We had many more people than I expected. The house was nearly filled with both colors. Monday, 5. At J. Pinna's, my subject was Romans 10:12. We had excessive snow on Tuesday. I ordained E. Everett a deacon. At Montgomery's old house, about 24 souls met me, to whom I spoke on James 2:6. 20 miles today in the snow, pitch and drive. It was well my mare had no shoes behind to ball her feet. Thursday, 8. I preached at Wysien, where I never expected to be again. The windows were open, and the people trembled under the cold, if not under the word. After crossing 2 ferries, we came to Gates Courthouse, 20 miles. My mind is in peace, but I feel for the people of these lowlands. With the exception of a few towns and select places, my ministry amongst them must be near its end. To go around by Norfolk on my route eastward is objectionable for many reasons, and I may find it expedient to bid this part of the country farewell forever. Friday, 9. At Gates Courthouse, I spoke on 1 Corinthians 7:29-31. It was a very cold day. We held our meeting in the house of Daniel Southall. The loss of a favorite child has awfully clouded the day of his prosperity. Ah, hair hung, breeze shaken, worldly bliss, what art thou? Saturday, 10. We rode to Edenton and lodged at a tavern. After 19 or 20 years, I preached in the courthouse, and many attended. I dined with Mr. Beasley, a printer, and supped with Mr. Luton, both Baptists. I found out Caleb and William Manning, nephews of my ancient friend Caleb Manning. These young men want preaching established. I now know why I came to Edenton, that I might feel for the people, and make an appointment of a preacher for them. But we must get a house of worship here of our own. Monday, 12. At Yoppin Chapel, I preached on Luke 11:9-13. I had a very serious, attentive people to hear. I believe God is amongst them. I called upon Mr. Ross, a Baptist minister of the gospel, much thought of. I found him in a feeble state of body. We prayed and parted in great affection. We had rain, and night came on before we reached Brother Sutton's, 28 miles. We crossed Perquimans upon a floating bridge. My mind is in great peace. Today Humphrey Wood became my companion in travel. Tuesday, 13. At Mr. Muller's at Mag's Head, I preached upon 1 Peter 5:10. We had a full house, and the truth was felt. I dined with Mother Wood, and lodged with Mr. Wedby's. Were this last family as good as they were kind, they might be perfect. Wednesday 14. I spoke on 1 John 3, 1-3, at Nixonton Chapel. I had openings and felt as if God was about to visit this people. In the prosecution of my subject, I showed 1. The effects manifested by divine love in the fruits produced by it, and the consolations flowing from it. 2. The progress of becoming and the privileges of being the sons of God. 3. The evidences furnished by the sons of God of their claim to sonship. They purify themselves from all sin by humble faith and holy obedience. 4. The world, blind and wretched, knowing not God, nor the real character of the eternal Son of God, and mainly ignorant of the hearts, the exercises, the sufferings, the trials, and the heavenly consolations of the sons of God. Thursday 15. At New Began Meeting House I preached, and was filled with my subject. The rich amongst the people came and offered gifts, but we did not receive them. How little do some folks know us! I lodged at Mr. F.'s, a cold night to me in a double sense. Friday 16. At the courthouse in Elizabeth City, Pasquotank County, I preached upon Matthew 7, 7-11. Many heard, but few felt. I dined with Mr. Mitchell, a lone Methodist from Cornwall, Great Britain. Lot in Sodom. The site of this place is beautiful for its land and water prospects, and the situation is good for trade. We rode on to Camden and had to beg a lodging of Mr. Joseph Sandlin, who belongs to the Baptists. These people carry the day here in respectability and numbers. Saturday 17. At the Widow Cap's we had a small house, but well filled. I enlarged much upon the salvation of the world, including infants and adults of the Christian and heathen world. A Baptist might not think this a kind return for my night's lodging, but it was the truth. I lodged with Edward Bunnell from New Jersey. Virginia, Sabbath 18. I ordained Joshua Gambling and Nathaniel Brooke, both of Currituck County, deacons in the local line. I baptized Mary Forbush. She had been brought up a Baptist. At Williams's chapel I was very unwell. We had a cold house and cold people. After meeting I retired to Zachariah Morse's, 800 miles from Augusta, Georgia. Monday 19. I preached at James Wilson's, Tuesday at Cuthrell's, Wednesday at Portsmouth, Thursday at Norfolk, and on Friday and Saturday I was housed. At a meeting of the women, we laid the foundation of a female charitable society of Norfolk, similar in plan to those of New York and Baltimore, but more liberal. May this live, grow, and flourish when I am cold and forgotten. Sabbath day 25. I preached at Norfolk upon Matthew 28, 19-20, and at Portsmouth in the afternoon my subject was 1 Peter 2, 9-12. Monday 26. I preached at a new meeting house 14 miles up the road towards Suffolk. Here, after 30 years' labor, first and last, we have a chapel. I named it Ebenezer. At Suffolk on Tuesday, unwell as I was, labor went hard with me. I had an almost total obstruction of perspiration, but a pulpit sweat relieved me in a good degree. My soul is calm. Wednesday 28. I preached at Powell's Chapel. On Thursday at Ben's Chapel, Isle of Wight, we had a decent but not a feeling congregation. After preaching I rode up to William Blunt's. On Good Friday, so called, I preached at Blunt's and administered the sacrament. I had a cloudy day and a bad house to speak in. I rode to Joseph Moody's. We drew a plan of a new house, 40 by 30 feet, 2 stories high. But will it ever be built? I doubt it. Sabbath 31. I preached in an old, abandoned Episcopal church in Southampton. We had an open house and a cold day. I lodged with Philip Davis. I have made a 30 miles ride today. Easter Day, the 1st of April, and of the week, found me at Lane's Chapel. My subject was Colossians 3, 1-4. We, after meeting, rode 15 miles to Frederick Pennington's. The time and electioneering increased my congregation on Easter Monday. I lodged at James Rogers's. On Tuesday I preached at Jones's Chapel. I feel feeble in body, but confident in mind. I know not if I shall not take leave of weekday appointments. If I do more than preach on the Sabbaths, it will be in towns, or at a called meeting, where I wish to stop. End of section 15. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 16 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Wednesday 4. I preached on 1 Thessalonians 4, 13-18 at Mabry's Chapel, made anew, now 60 by 25 feet. I was a preacher here before the first house was built, 30 years ago. First an addition was made. Now it is rebuilt in another form, and a gallery added for the blacks. I rode home in the rain with Peter Pelham. Here is death temporal, and life spiritual. Thomas Pelham was converted, and is dead since my last visit. And there remain 3 living children, newborn babes. Thursday 5. I preached at the Camp Meeting House, and on Friday at Hobbs Chapel. Although very weak, I administered the Lord's Supper, after preaching a sermon on Titus 3:8. I went in the evening to the Widow Wyche's. Saturday 7. At Wolsey's barn I spoke on 2 Corinthians 3:12. There were few people. We had a stormy day and a poor, weary preacher. I dined with Ira Ellis and rode up to Edward Drumgoole's. The wife of my old friend is lingering out life. Virginia, Sunday 8. I spoke on 2 Peter 3, 7-11 at the Olive Branch Chapel. I am taking leave of the people every visit. I have made up 1,000 miles, from Augusta, Georgia, to Brunswick County, Virginia. In old Virginia I have administered the word 30 years. There is a great mortality amongst the aged. Our old members drop off surprisingly. But they all by account die in the Lord, and in general, triumphantly. Now I have finished my awful tour of duty for the past month. To ride 20 and 30 miles a day. To preach, baptize, and administer the Lord's Supper. To write and answer letters, and plan for myself and 400 preachers. O Lord, I have not desired this awful day, thou knowest. I refused to travel as long as I could, and I lived long before I took upon me the superintendency of the Methodist Church in America, and now I bear it as a heavy load. I hardly bear it, and yet dare not cast it down, for fear God and my brethren should cast me down for such an abandonment of duty. True it is, my wages are great. Precious souls here, and glory hereafter. Tuesday 10. Our Virginia Conference began in Mecklenburg County, Salem. We sat 6 hours a day, and wrought with great application. We had an addition of 15 preachers, besides 2 dead, 7 located, 1 expelled. So there was a gain of 8. I liked what was done. Only the preachers' experiences, the state of the work, and the circuits were not given. So we concluded to recommend a session of 6 days for the next yearly conference, appointed to be held at Edmund Taylor's, North Carolina, March 1, 1805. What I have felt was only known to the Lord. What I have done was for God and His Church. We have added, after a great mortality, 1,000 members to the Virginia Conference bounds. Saturday 14. We came away with Elders Jackson, George, and Pinnell. On the Sabbath day we stopped at John Rogers's, Brunswick County, and I preached from 2 Corinthians 13:14. After sermon we rode to Peter Robinson's, Nottoway County, 15 miles. Monday 16. We stopped at John Morgan's, Amelia County. Serious times in this family. 2 sons dead. Young men. We put in for the night at Nathan Anderson's, Chesterfield County. Next day, a long ride of 45 miles brought us to Elisha Maxey's. We have lately had moderate rides, but heat and dust. Our meetings were small, as the people had but partial notice. I ordained Elisha Maxey deacon. Wednesday 18. We crossed at Judah's Ferry upon James River and came on to Goochland Courthouse, 45 miles, and lodged with Joseph Perkins. Next day brought us to John Lasley's, Louisa County. On Friday we had to be at the hills of Orange and Madison counties, to Robinson River, and once more sheltered under the roof of our brother Henry Fry. He was laboring under a weakness of his bowels. I gave him Fothergill's recipe. It is thus: 1 ounce of bark, half an ounce of rhubarb, 3 nutmegs, all boiled together in a gallon until reduced to 2 quarts. A wine glass of this to be taken every 2 hours. On Saturday we had a powerful rain, but we were under the lee of a good room. Part of the Sabbath day was taken up with a short ride of 15 miles to Nicholas Robler's, Culpeper. I have read John Smith's view of the Last Judgment. I think it elegant and spiritual. Monday evening brought us to William Suttle's in Prince William, 35 miles. And on Tuesday we reached William Waters's, after a ride of nearly 40 miles without food or rest, as we were disappointed at the place we had expected to get our dinner at. I had heedlessly thrown off my topcoat for a few hours, and caught cold. Friday 27. Our conference began in Alexandria. On Saturday I preached in the new chapel. The business of conference was taken up on Monday and Tuesday, and conducted in great peace. On Wednesday we came to Georgetown, and I visited Wilson Lee, ill with the bleeding of the lungs. We lodged at Biggerly's. On Thursday we came to Baltimore. Maryland, Monday, May 7. Our general conference began. What was done, the revised form of discipline will show. There were attempts made upon the ruling eldership. We had a great talk. I talked little upon any subject, and was kept in peace. I preached but twice. Thursday 24. I came off to Perry Hall on my way to Soudersburg to meet the Philadelphia Conference. The Lord did not own the ministerial labors of the General Conference. It was a doubt if any souls were converted. This made us mourn. I prayed for hundreds, but God did not answer my prayer. Pennsylvania, Friday 25. We came to Jarrett's and dined, and continued on to Benjamin Manifold's. On the Sabbath we crossed the Susquehanna at Call's Ferry, and came to Martin Boehm's. I preached at Boehm's Chapel, and then came away to Soudersburg. The conference opened on Monday morning, 28. We had great order. We sat 5 days and a half. There were 125 preachers present, whose characters and experiences were brought before us. I preached twice. Saturday, June 2. I rode through the rain to the valley, 28 miles. On the Sabbath day I reached Radnor. Here my little Jane was horned by a cow, and lamed. She is done, perhaps, forever for me, but it may be all for the best. I am unwell, and the weather is bad, but, except my feelings for the poor beast, I am peaceful and resigned. I was able to write, but not to preach on the Sabbath day. On Monday morning, I desired Isaac James to ride 30 miles, going and coming, and purchase me another little Jane, at $80. He did so with great goodwill. I came to Philadelphia and found that Richard Allen had bought me a horse for $90. So I had two, one to sell for $60. So much for my haste. New Jersey. On Tuesday I dined at Burlington and lodged at H. Hamilton's. Wednesday evening brought us to Joseph Hutchinson's. At Brunswick we dined next day, stopping for the night with Mr. Flatt, Rahway. And on Friday passed through Elizabethtown and Newark, and reached New York. New York, Saturday 9. Busy answering letters. On the Sabbath I preached in our house in John Street on Hebrews 10:23 through 25. It was an open season. Monday 11. We spent some time in social conference with the preachers. Today Mr. Thomas Lyell spoke out in a letter to me, saying that he wished to be located. I thought that I had discovered his designs, and those of Mr. Dashiell, during the sitting of the General Conference in Baltimore. I am willing that he should belong to the church people. I believe they have more need of him than the Methodists have. I answered Mr. Lyell by telling him that I would do what I could to procure him a location at the Boston Conference. It may suffice to say that our present conference was a happy one, and a conference of great business. We had sermons every day at noon. 14 deacons and 8 elders were ordained. These last at the Bowery Church, where I preached upon 2 Timothy 4:1-4. By hard labor I read off the stations on Saturday night, and our conference sat on Monday. We proclaimed a fast, with prayer, for the Methodists, the health of the city, the general church, and the continent. Ensnethen gave us a melting, nervous discourse on the occasion. Wednesday 20 and the next day I was kept by a storm within doors, at the widow Sherwood's. I wrote letters. I read Brother Thatcher's answer to Mr. Taggart's book. It is said there is a special call for learned men to the ministry. Some may think so, but I presume a simple man can speak and write for simple, plain people, upon simple, plain truths. Friday 22. It still continued to rain, but I felt uneasy and came down 3 times to move eastward. William Thatcher came home and told me Sylvester Hutchinson had brought his horse over the North River, at 7 o'clock last night, to accompany me. We set off and called in our way at Mr. Sheets and breakfasted. We found Sister Basling sick. Connecticut. We dined at Byram, drank tea at Stamford, and lodged with Brother Day at Norwalk. The rain made the ride painful. Saturday 23. We rode to Brother Wheeler's, dined and rode on to New Haven. We have a good turnpike to travel on, and a good bridge to cross the Housatonic. Sabbath day 24. I preached to a few souls in our small house on Hebrews 3:12-14. My chief suffering is from riding. I am under the necessity of riding soft, fearful as I am of worse effects, and my blanket makes me gall sadly. As yet I have been little affected with the piles, thanks to my good God. O New Haven, thou seat of science and of sin, can thy dry bones live? Lord, thou knowest. Brother Branch preached this afternoon, and Brother Hutchinson at night. I have little leisure to journalize. My soul has constant peace and joy, notwithstanding my labors and trials and reproach, which I heed not, though it come, as it sometimes does, from the good, when they are not gratified in all their wishes. People unacquainted with the causes and motives of my conduct will always, more or less, judge of me improperly. 6 months ago, a man could write to me in the most adulatory terms, to tell me of the unshaken confidence reposed in me by preachers and people. Behold, his station is changed, and certain measures are pursued which do not comport with his views and feelings. Oh, then I am menaced with the downfall of Methodism, and my influence, character, and reputation are all to find a grave in the ruins. First, my hill is made so strong that I shall never be moved. Anon, O man, thou hidest thy face, and changest thy voice, and I must be troubled, forsooth. But I'm just as secure as ever, as to what man can do or say. Should this journal ever see the light, those who read it when I am gone may perhaps wonder that ever I should have received such letters, or had such friends. Yes, gentle reader, both have been. Whom then shall I believe? And whom shall I trust? Why, whom but a good, and true, and never failing God? On Monday the 25th, we took the path to Durham. Here we stopped, as there was room for us in the inn to lodge. On Tuesday we passed through Middletown, and found that our brethren were about to purchase a lot on which to build a chapel on a small scale. We rode on to Hebron. I have made 420 miles since I took my departure from Baltimore. At Canterbury we lodged at Captain Lyons's. The day's ride brought us through Wyndham and Scotland. Friday, 29. We came through Plainfield, Stirling, Scituate, and Coventry to Cranston, and stopped at General Lippett's. Sabbath, July 1. I preached to a few people at Lippett's Chapel. My subject was 1 John 1, 3-7. It was a gracious season to the speaker and the hearers. Sylvester Hutchinson, my traveling companion, gave them a sermon in the afternoon. I came this way only to hear how the preachers had conducted their work. Rhode Island, July 2. We rode through Providence, dined 5 miles beyond, towards Attleboro, and housed with a Mr. Guilds. Massachusetts, Tuesday 3. We journeyed through Wrentham and Medfield to Needham, nearly 30 miles, without food or rest for man or beast. We passed Weston and came into Waltham in the evening. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday I rested, and read and wrote as my failing eyes would permit. My soul is in great peace. Saturday, 7. A very sultry ride of 20 miles brought us to the pleasant town of Lynn. On the Sabbath day I preached upon 1 John 3, 1-3. The state of the society in this town is more pleasing than formerly. Peter Jane, brought up amongst them, is an acceptable preacher. A house is begun for the preachers to live in. Sylvester Hutchinson preached in the afternoon. I spoke also, and read letters giving an account of the work in the South. Oh, when shall we see such things in New England? Monday, 9. We rode to Salem, Beverly, Wyndham, Hamilton, Ipswich, Rowley, and Newburyport, and so on to Salisbury. We had flies, mosquitoes, heat, dust, and weariness. We lodged at the Sisters Eaton's. New Hampshire. Passing through Seabrook on Tuesday, we saw one, once of our despised order, robed in his gown, and sitting in his house like a gentleman, whilst we were beating along like Jonah. Well, the end is all. Our route carried us through Seabrook, Hampton Falls, Exeter, where there is an elegant meeting-house, and Epping. Today and yesterday we dined at taverns. Wednesday, 11. At Epping I preached on Acts 26, 18, 19. We had an open time. Thursday brought us through Lee, Dover, and Berwick to Alfred. On Friday we passed Doughty's Falls on the way to Standish, and landed at Buxton. Saturday, 14. We opened our conference. We admitted and elected 9 deacons and 2 elders. We had preaching on Friday and today. Sabbath 15. We opened by prayer and exhortation at 8 o'clock. At half after 10 o'clock, I took my stand in the woods, but in about 40 minutes the rain fell. There were powerful exercises in the meeting house until near 6 o'clock. The Lord appeared. Several souls were brought under distress. I trust the fruits of this day's labor will be seen in eternity. Monday 16. We had preaching and the ordination in the woods. My subject was 2 Timothy 3, 1-7. It was an open time, and the work of God broke forth upon the right hand and upon the left. On Tuesday we hasted the work of the conference, and concluded, after appointing our next session at Lynn, July 12, 1805. Wednesday 18. It is reported there were 50 souls converted to God. The work continued last night. This morning we took our departure, came to Lymington, crossed Saco River, dined at Dr. Cochrane's, and came on through Limerick to Effingham, the first town in New Hampshire, putting up for the night at Lord's Tavern. On Thursday we passed Ossipee Bridge and came 9 miles through the woods. We dined at Knight's house and kept on to Sandwich, rested a while at William Webster's, and then pushed on to Center Lake and Harbor. We had 4 hours of heavy rain, and rocks, hills, and dales to Chamberlain's. We started away through New Hampton, Bridgewater, and New Chester, dined, and went forward to Alexandria and Grafton. We felt willing to stop at Deacon Hoyt's for a night. The morning found us under way over the Isinglass Hills, which furnish the windows of the country with lights. It was cold to purpose. I could have borne a 3rd coat very well on this July 21st. We dined at Mr. Haynes's in Canaan. At a short warning, I spoke to about 50 or 60 souls on 1 Timothy 4, 7, 8. We came on through Enfield. Upon the banks of the pond I saw the settlement of the Shakers. Poor souls! They have landed where all other sects have landed. Oh, this love of the world! But the Shakers are near the end of the world. They forbid to marry. They are as the angels of heaven. I came to Hanover Town and lodged at Mr. Hall's. I have traveled, by computation, 746 miles from Baltimore. O New Hampshire, thy perpetual hills and rocks! Alas, poor people! Alas, poor, suffering preachers! Sabbath 22. I preached in the evening at Hanover, on Philippians 3, 8, 9. On Monday we came on through Lebanon and Plainfield, and crossed Connecticut River into Vermont at Hartland. Vermont. We called at Windsor, a beautiful town upon the river, of about 100 houses. Mr. Spooner entertained us with pleasure. We passed through Wethersfield and Springfield, and stopped at Rockingham, lodging with Captain Williams. 40 miles today. Tuesday 24. We came in haste to Westminster to breakfast. This is another pleasant little town. It may have 50 houses. At Putney we found a stream, mills, a store, and a tavern. Passing over a slate ridge, and through Damerston, we came to Brattleboro, which we found a pleasant place, with the advantage of a stream, well employed as a mill power. At Guilford we rested with Mr. Jacobs, from 3 o'clock in the evening until Wednesday morning, at 5 o'clock, when we took our departure from our host and from the state of Vermont. At Greenfield in Massachusetts we breakfasted, having passed Barnardston, the first village we entered in the state. We started away again to Deerfield, and Conway, and Ashfield, and Plainfield, and Comington, and Windsor, and Dalton, and Pittsfield, and Richmond, and so out of the state. but I was glad to stop 15 miles short of Pittsfield, after riding over dreadful hills and rocks 45 miles. We lodged at a tavern, weary enough. We took our breakfast with Robert Greene in Pittsfield. Here we crossed the head branch of the Housatonic River, that winds its way by Stratford down through Connecticut into the sea. New York, Thursday, 26. We lodged at David Wager's in the state of New York. Next day we directed our course through Claverack, and came into Robert Sands's, Rhinebeck, about 5 o'clock. My mind hath been cheerfully happy, and mostly in prayer. I was sometimes ready to wish I had no company, and no observations to make, to hinder my constant communion with God. I suffered from hunger, and was skinned several times. Since I left New York, I have spent $15, feeding man and beast by the way, and my companions were also obliged to do so. I have seen the sufferings of our preachers, and they have awakened all my sympathies. 17 times we dined, fed, or supped at taverns, and well it was we had these to go to, else we had been starved. We have crossed the east and west ends of Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and have ridden about 300 miles in the state of New York. Saturday, 23. I preached in the chapel at Rhinebeck on Psalm 126, 3-6. It was a good beginning of the quarterly meeting. I visited the family of F. Garretson. Sabbath, 29. We had our feast of charity, and the Lord's Supper followed. I preached in an orchard upon Matthew 11, 3-6. We had about 1,000 hearers. I rested at Brother Garretson's. On Tuesday we rode 40 miles to Oliver Ledoux's Fish-Kill Hook. We called up the family at 9 o'clock, and went to rest at half after 10 o'clock. Wednesday, August 1. We rose at 5 o'clock, and rode, fasting, over the rugged hills of Peekskill and Fishkill, but we were willing to walk at times. We breakfasted with William Lickley from Aberdeen, Scotland. He has been about 40 years in the New World. We came on to Esquire Kirby's, and, having dined in haste, pushed on, and came, an hour in the night, to my home at the Widow Sherwood's. We have ridden 50 miles today, over a path so rough and uneven we could not get along fast. This hasty work interrupts that close communion with God my soul longeth after. I have made, I judge, 1,050 miles since I left Baltimore, and there still remain 1,000 miles between me and Mount Gerizim, the seat of our conference for the 1st of October next. Thursday and Friday I devoted to rest, reading, writing, meditation, and prayer. On Saturday I came alone to New York. Sabbath 5. I preached at the North Church upon Matthew 16:24 to the end of the chapter. I felt some opening. At the old house in John Street, my subject was 1 Timothy 6:6-8. York, in all the congregations, is the valley of dry bones. O Lord, I lament the deplorable state of religion in all our towns and cities. New Jersey, Monday 6. We crossed the river in a calm, but we were dripping by the time we came to Newark. Here we rested 2 hours, then hastened on to Elizabethtown, dined, and kept on to Rahway. The night brought us up at Amboy with Benjamin Drake. Tuesday 7. We had a rainy morning. We have our ancient seasons, plentiful rains and cold weather. This will prevent the fevers. Mr. Lyell has engaged with Mr. Pillmore's old congregation at £450 a year. So, farewell to Tommy Lyell. I hope it may end well. We got as far as Joseph Hutchinson's. End of section 16. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 17 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Pennsylvania, Wednesday, 8. I had a sweet solitary ride to H. Hancock's. The next day found me breakfasting at Burlington, and by 2 o'clock I had reached Henry Manley's retreat. My mind is devoted to God. I had a pensive letter from Elder M. Klasky, lamenting the death of his son. But one, but only one. Alas! I wrote to Smith, Chandler, and Colbert, presiding elders. I preached once at St. George's, upon Luke 17:5, at the Academy in the afternoon, on 1 Corinthians 15:58. Delaware, Monday, 13. I came away from the city to breakfast with Sister Withy. I dined with Allen M. Lane and lodged with J. Hersey, 45 miles today. Maryland, Tuesday, 14. I took breakfast at Northeast, ordained James Cook a deacon, and came on to Perry Hall, 45 miles today. I found the family of P.H. absent. They are gone to Bath. Wednesday, 15. I rested, being stiff and sore. My poor beast should have had 3 days to perform that which she has done in 2. She shall rest 3 days in Baltimore. Thence to Mount Gerizim she will have only 20 miles a day or less to travel. Next day I came alone to Baltimore. Here I remained. Sabbath 19. I preached in Light Street Church. My subject was Luke 14:25-27. At 3 o'clock I preached at Mr. Otterbin's on 1 Timothy 6:6-10. This has been an open day with me. I am inclined to think preaching must be in the lanes and streets of the cities. I advised the preachers to go out to the churchyards. To the sisters I recommended more frequent prayer meetings. I revised the revised form of the spiritual part of our discipline. I had long wished to separate the most excellent from the excellent. Monday, 20. I began my western tour, bending my course up to Cornelius Howard's, thence to Macklefresh's, and lodged with Alexander Warfield upon Sam's Creek. The heat was tempered in some measure by a breeze from the west. My appointment at Linganoo Chapel was not generally known. I preached to a few and went to dine with Ephraim Howard. We reached friend Shalmadine's in the evening. Virginia, Wednesday, 22. We had showers to Brother Reynolds's. We passed through Sharpsburg and lodged at Shepherdstown. I was informed of a camp meeting held near Charlestown, Jefferson County, at which between 60 and 70 souls professed to be converted to God. The meeting held 9 days. On Thursday I started, and next day breakfasted with Mrs. Goff at Bath. I found Mr. Lyell here. His mind deeply engaged with his new design. He was very attentive to me. After resting 3 hours, I came away to William Dimmett's. Saturday, 25. Starting at 6 o'clock, I made 14 miles to Clark's Tavern to breakfast, through mountain rain and over mountain roads. After a long absence, I came once more to John Jacobs's. From him I had the awful account of the awful end of Joseph Cromwell. He had walked backward, according to his own account. 3 days he lost in drunkenness. 3 days he lay sick in darkness. No manifestations of God to his soul. And thus he died. We can only hope that God had mercy on him. Compare this with what I have recorded of his labors and his faithfulness in another part of my journal. O my soul, be warned. Brother Jacobs preached his funeral sermon and gave a brief sketch of his life, his fall, and his death. His text was, "Tell it not in Gath, publish it not in the streets of Ascalon." How appropriate the choice! I have traveled through great heat, The people are generally sickly, but I have got along 160 miles since I left Baltimore. Thank the Lord and kind friends. Sabbath 26. I had a meeting at Old Town at 4 o'clock. My subject was 1 Peter 5:10. The heat for some minutes was so intense that it appeared as if flesh could scarcely bear it. Monday 27. After the rain, J. Jacobs rode with me to Joseph Crisap's, upon the north branch of the Potomac. We crossed this water 3 times, and climbed over the mountain, but not without rain. Now I have left the traveling preachers to mind their own work, and I only make my appointments when I come to the places. The local preachers are my guides, and good aids, and good companions they are. Tuesday 28. In Crisap's Mill I preached upon Hebrews 8:10-12. We had many people at a short warning. Wednesday 29. I was prevented setting out by rain. I made feeble attempts to make peace between 2 old members of the society. May I have the blessing, and they have the peace, for the good of their children and the society. I came to the 10-Mile House. Here I overtook company, a certain Mr. Doyne. We wrought our passage to Tomlinson's, dined, and came on to Simpkins's stand. Next day we breakfasted at the Great Crossings, William Smith's. Then on we went to Mr. Slack's, brisk enough to wait upon travelers. At 4 o'clock we dined. Once more I was compelled to walk down the Laurel Hill. We came into Uniontown about 7 o'clock, wearied by the heat and the toils of the day. Brother and Sister Fleming are gone away 270 miles to Philadelphia in search of a cancer doctor. Both her breasts are turned black, I understand, and she has a babe of 6 months to take with her over desperate roads, and through heat scarcely supportable. Dear souls, what trouble have they in the flesh? The husband is sick in the wife's diseased breast. The fond, anxious wife suffers because she is the cause of his sufferings. And oh, how are all the sympathies of nature in the parents awakened by the sufferings of the poor, sorely wearied babe. Friday 31. I ordained at Jacob Murphy's, Mount Braddock, William Page, traveling elder. September 1. I rested, wrote, read, and planned a little. I appointed James Hunter, who has been 7 years in the work, President pro tempore of the Monongalia District, in the absence of Thornton Fleming. He is next to him in standing and reputation. Pennsylvania, Sabbath 2. I rode to Uniontown and preached upon Matthew 10:37-38. I also spoke at Murphy's Barn at 4 o'clock on Jeremiah 31:31-33. 1. The house of Israel, the Jews, the national and church privileges of that ancient people. The term when applied to professing Christians. Their peculiar and important privileges. 2. In what characters God writes his law upon the heart. Conviction, repentance, faith, and all the evangelical and moral virtues. Write it in their hearts, in allusion to the law written upon tables of stone. Monday 3. I visited Colonel Mason. May it be for his good. Tuesday 4. I ordained Andrew Hemphill a deacon, at family prayer, at Brother Murphy's. We came in company to the widow Hawthorne's. Out of 8 children, here are 7 subjects of grace. News came after me that Bishop Watcote had appeared at Connellsville. As I had failed to come along by Carlisle, he thought I might be sick, or lame, or dead, and that it was time for him to bestir himself. Wednesday 5. I came by Bromfield and Geneva, crossed Monongalia River, and stopped with Stephen Gapin, Wayne County, Pennsylvania. The wife of my host was ill, and I was obliged to prescribe. She rested better. I was greatly outdone by walking down the rugged, perpetual hills. Next day I felt stiff and sore. October 9. After 34 days of afflictive illness, I recommence my journal. I have been, during my sickness, at Harry Stevens'. Kinder souls than this family I could not wish, but there were many of them, and others continually coming and going. I had 2 doctors, but at last was happily left to myself and Charles Conway. The fever subsided and left a cough. I have not had a more severe attack since I have been in America. The doctor was seldom right, and medicines were not to be had, nor indeed the comfort and alleviations which surround a sick bed in the cities. But the best of all was, God was with us. God, the glorious Lord, appeared. I was led into the visions of God. I shouted his praise. Wednesday 10. We took our departure and came to Mapletown. The work of God revives. Brother Smalley's daughter has found the Lord. On Thursday we came to Jackson's, Carmichaeltown. Friday brought us to Crouch's, near Washington, and on Saturday we reached Philip Doddridge's. Sabbath 14. I preached. Riding brought on a daily fever and an inveterate cough. Brother Watcoat being unable to ride at a greater speed than a walk, I exchanged my mare for his horse. We made more speed by this arrangement, but his great beast jolted me in such a manner as I could not have borne in health. I was pressed above measure, so that I despaired of life, or health, or making our journey in this manner. We have lost the Kentucky Conference, and have about 11 weeks for our trip of 1,500 miles to Charleston. We were compelled to spend a week at John Beck's. Sabbath 21. Brother Watcoat preached at West Liberty. From thence we rode to John McCulloch's, within a mile of Ohio River. Here my fever rose, and I had to quit all hopes of going to the westward. I returned to John Beck's. As I was my own doctor, I resolved to breakfast upon 8 grains of ipecacuanha. This cleansed my filthy stomach, and so broke up my disease that a fever of 50 days fled. My cough, nevertheless, is very distressing at night. I have submitted to have a large grinder extracted. Should November prove favorable, I do not yet despair of getting along in time. Brother Watcoat has been of great service to me. He was still urgent to go on, and he has gone on, wandering alone through the wilderness, I am afraid, in vain. He said he had a mite, and it must go. I fear his precious life will go. Tuesday 23. My fever abated. I applied a blister and bled again. I began to eat and gather strength. Saturday 27. The weather has changed greatly. We have the Indian summer. On the Sabbath day a small meeting. And what must I do? Go into the woods? The eyes of the preachers were upon me. I was too weak to travel, but not to preach. We had a melting time. It was so unexpected. With some it was the first time. With others the last, perhaps, they would ever hear me or see me in this part of the country. It was so pleasant in the afternoon, I rode down to John Casebear's, an Israelite. Monday 29. A summer's day. We rode 12 miles near to Washington. Here I heard of a suit gained by the Reverend Mr. Birch against the Reverend Mr. McCullen. The slander was a charge of drunkenness. The damages awarded $1,300, costs included. On Tuesday we gained Joseph Taylor's, near the old fort. Wednesday we came to Uniontown, 17 miles. Thursday to the crossings, 24 miles. Friday to Musselman's, 30 miles, and on Saturday to Joseph Cresap's to breakfast, making 125 miles this week. Here we rested for the Sabbath. It is wonderful to see how Braddock's Road is crowded with wagons and pack horses, carrying families and their household stuff westward. To the new state of Ohio, no doubt. Here is a state without slaves, and the better calculated for poor, industrious families. O highly favored land! I saw the death of Wilson Lee confirmed in the Frederick Gazette. He died at Walter Worthington's, in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. Wilson Lee was born near Lewistown, state of Delaware. He was of a slender habit of body, but active, diligent, and upright in his walk, a pattern of neatness in his habits and attire, and full of gentleness, meekness, and love. His presence commanded respect. His zeal for God was great, and his labors successful, and continually so. Few excelled him in the duties of a presiding elder. It is not impossible that the toils of this important office have been too great for his feeble frame. He had been 20 years and 10 months in the Methodist connection. Sabbath day I spoke in Cresap's Mill upon Hebrews 2:2-3. After sermon we rode to James Cresap's near Old Town. Notwithstanding what had passed at Cokesbury, he received me as a father. That matter might have been managed better. We were to have the boys to become all angels. I sent for Brother Jacobs and his wife. We breakfasted and prayed and rejoiced in God together. John Hesselins sent me a note of invitation to call and see him. I did so. He reminded me of his respectable father, who took me to his house 30 years ago in the time of my visiting Annapolis, when I was exposed to daily reproach and contempt. I have reason to believe the old gentleman died in the Lord. Virginia, Monday, November 5. We forded Potomac about a mile above the South Forks, and called in to see Mother Poole. We came on to Capon and lodged at Mr. Largiet's. Tuesday, 6. We breakfasted at Quaker Brown's, and then came on to Winchester. In the evening I preached in George Reed's house, and next day in the house of Elijah Phelps. On Thursday I rested and refitted. My body is in health, my soul established in grace. Sickness has been very common below the mountains, and there are many deaths. Saturday, 10. The weather has been unpleasant, and our clothing needed improvement and increase. Above all, I wished to see Daniel Hitt. My friends were solicitous for my presence at the quarterly meeting at Newtown. On the Sabbath day I preached feebly, upon John 1:50. The superintendent bishop of the Methodist Church in America being reduced to $2, he was obliged to make his wants known. Monday, 12. We came to Hand's Ferry, went on to Front Royal or Loosetown. We dined at J. Moore's and passed over the ridge, our route leading near the head spring of the north branch of the Rappahannock. We stopped at Justice Clark's. I came in unwell, but the well-ordered house and its solitude, the social family and their polite attentions and great kindness were very consoling. The old folks gave me their room and bed. I was overcome, quite. My thoughts and feelings were all gratitude. On Tuesday we left our kind-hearted hosts, and took the path to Little Washington and Woodville towns, in Culpeper County, and met with a kind reception and good entertainment. 28 miles over rough roads, and through cold, enough to make me uncomfortable. Wednesday, 14. We had not gone above 14 miles when the threatening snow began to fall. It made a heavy damp plaster for our garments. We came to Henry Fry's, Robinson River, Madison County. I felt the cold of yesterday's ride. The horses were to be shod, and it was meeting day. So I have reasons enough for resting. Friday 16. We rode through Orange to Louisa County. I had a comfortable interview with John Lastly, his good afflicted wife, and serious daughter. On Saturday we came on to Joseph Perkins's, crossing the Grand Branch of Pamunkey, at Colonel Norris's 5-story new mill. The weather is exceeding pleasant. We had a small congregation called together at a short warning. I spoke from Hebrews 8, 10-12. Not in vain, I hope. Monday 19. We rode through Goochland, crossing James River at Cartersville. Satansville, I fear. They have rejected the gospel. Charles Hopkins is their priest, a poor wretch. He was once with us, but when I pleaded for a suspension of ordinances and a partial conformity to the ancient Episcopal Church, he raised the cry of popery. But behold, when there were churches to supply and money to be given, there was no popery. I lodged with Louis Isbett. I found kind people and comfortable entertainment. I heard of 3 camp meetings in Cumberland Circuit, one at Charity, one in Bucking Lane, and one in Prince Edward. The first was greatly successful. Tuesday 20. We came to Robert Smith's, a very damp day. My mind was greatly engaged with God. On Wednesday, through deep damps, we came to David Thompson's, at the upper or west end of Powhatan County. On Thursday we crossed Appomattox at Clement's Bridge, near a mill and small town of the same name. Our route led through Amelia. Solitary Amelia, with its worn-out fields of hundreds of acres, and old houses falling into ruins. We lost our way, wandering without friends or food, from 7 in the morning until 7 at night. We made about 40 miles, and came, fatigued and hungry, to John Ryall's. Here we had entertainment good enough for a president. Friday 23. We passed Nottoway Courthouse, crossed at the Falls Bridge, where a Morris, owner of a mill and sawmill, finely seated on the stream, gave us food for our horses gratis and unasked. We came to Zachariah Davis's, near Lunenburg Courthouse. On Saturday we crossed Meharon at Saffold's Bridge. By accident we came to Mr. Warner's, the son-in-law of Samuel Holmes. We were hungry and faint, and the table was soon spread. On the Sabbath day I had a local preacher's congregation, to which I discoursed upon 1 Thessalonians 2, 11-12. Monday 26. We came to Allen Young's. The weather was unusually sultry. My clothing was burdensome. A traveler in this iron clime must feel almost all the climates in the world, with all their extremes, and he must carry with him, all the year, as many clothes as he may possibly want but 6 months of it. In November he may not need a topcoat, and yet, if he is wise, he will not be without his cloak in July. As Tuesday was pleasant, the river low, and the wind moderate, I pushed forward to Edward Taylor's, Greenville County, North Carolina, 26 miles. Here I rested to refit. At this point, Joel Smith, being unwell, consented to stop, after traveling with me 600 miles, frequently afflicted and depressed by some peculiarities of both his constitution and country. I wished him to leave me. North Carolina, Thursday 29. We came to Edmund Taylor's, Sr. The aged people were happy, waiting with cheerful patience for the moment which was to change this mortal for an immortal state. On Friday we dined at Jesse Carter's, on the banks of Neuse, and crossed the river at the Fish Dam Ford, and put up for the night with Lewis Moore's. Our road led us by the home of John Kinsborough, whom we visited. I was pleased to find that the like precious faith entailed upon the children was now enjoyed in reversion by the children's children of those who first trusted in God 30 years ago. Saturday, December 1. We came to Sion Smith's, accompanied by Nathaniel Moore. I was glad to house here and escape the rain. It is a cordial to my spirit to reflect that although we had but one preacher on that ancient and good circuit of Tar, and that one was a young one, and esteemed by some only of moderate abilities, his labors have been signally blessed. It is true the local brethren helped faithfully, and there were some good seasons at camp meetings. My mind has great peace and consolation in God. Sunday 2. I preached. My subject was John 1:50. I was chilled for an hour after speaking. A fever succeeded this, and I was very ill through the night. Monday 3. I baptized 3 children of Squire Hinton's. I breakfasted with them. We rode on to the Redfield Ferry upon Haw River. On Tuesday morning we breakfasted 14 miles ahead, with Brother Reeves, at the Hickory Mountain. I ordained William Masters a deacon. I dined and lodged with him. God has blessed him. His twin sons, converted at the same time, are both called to preach the gospel. On Wednesday we came away 20 miles, to Bell's House and Mills, to see Alexander McCain. We had a night meeting, at which I saw extravagancies frequently seen among our people. I believe, nevertheless, that the young people were sincere. On our way to Wiley Harris's, we stopped at Mr. Fuller's to dine. On Friday I rode 8 miles to breakfast with Ethelred Harris, and came on 18 miles to John Randall's. On Saturday I thought it well to rest. I have ridden, since leaving Baltimore, 988 miles. At Randall's I preached upon Galatians 5:9. In the evening I visited our former brother, my friend Tompkins. He was expelled for selling a slave. The Lord is amongst the colored people in this family. On Monday we lodged at Thomas Shaw's, 35 miles distant. His wife still lamented the loss of a dear child. End of section 17. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 18 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. South Carolina, Tuesday 11. We reached Lynch's Creek, and next day 28 miles brought us to Camden. My friends receive me as risen from sickness, tenderly attentive. On the Sabbath day Alexander McCain supplied my place. On Friday, Saturday, and twice upon the Sabbath. This last day I gave the sacramental discourse upon 1 Corinthians 6:19-20. Whilst resting, I wrote some letters, and received some persons who wished to converse with me upon the best of subjects. I felt as if we wanted more living religion in the society here. Monday 17. I came to James Rembert's upon Black River, 20 miles. I wish I could be more solitary this week. On Tuesday I kept close, that I might finish the short memoirs of Nicholas Waters and Tobias Gibson, both deceased this year. Wednesday 19. I preached at Rembert's Chapel. We had a cold rain. It chills the people. They cannot hear to profit. My subject was 1 Thessalonians 5:24. Faithful is he that calleth you, who also will do it. That is, give you entire sanctification, and persevering grace to the end. Thursday 20. We had snow, 4 inches deep. I felt thankful that I had a house, and all things necessary to temporal enjoyment and comfort. Next day it cleared away. My soul is happy in God. Purity of heart is my joy, and prayer my delight. I feel as if God would sanctify all the conferences in the South. Oh, may it, in answer to my unceasing prayers, be a great time with the Lord's prophets. It is 900 miles from Wheeling on the Ohio to Charleston, South Carolina. From Baltimore thither by this route about 1,200 miles. On Thursday, Saturday, and Sabbath day I rested. Jonathan Jackson preached at Rembrandt's Chapel on Monday, and on Tuesday, Christmas Day, I gave them a sermon upon Isaiah 9:6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulders. And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. A child after his human nature, a son of God. The government shall be upon his shoulders. Upon the shoulder it was that ancient temporal governors carried their badge of office. His shoulders shall be strong enough for the thousands of his faithful ministers, and the millions of his faithful people in his church militant, who shall confide in his strength. His name shall be called, that is, he shall in reality be what he is called. Wonderful, that is, a mysterious and miraculous person in his manifestations, in his birth, spiritual and holy, and in his miracles, notable, perfect, and undeniable. Counselor. This may refer to his ministry, his prophetic, priestly, and kingly offices. Mighty God, mighty in the power of his grace. The Everlasting Father, as such, giving life and life eternal. Prince of Peace, giving and preserving peace in his kingdom, and thus contradistinguished from temporal princes, who are so generally promoters of war. Wednesday, 26. We set out for Charleston. The rain overtook us, and we passed Sumter Courthouse dripping. We dined with Mr. Bradford and pursued our journey, wet as it was. Stopping at a house where we might have remained for the night, we were driven off by a drunken madman who went on like a fiend. It was dark, and we had rain above, and mud and water below. The elements appear to be at war with us. At length Mr. Boyd saw us in our deep distress, and led us to his house, and treated us very kindly. I was wet. I was blistered. I was skinned. Thursday, 27. We came on to contend with Santee at Nelson's Ferry, where I once had a surge with Hope Hull in company. The mud and mire were bad enough in the road, but oh, the swamps! I dipped both feet, yet I came off pretty well. The water was rising. The wind blew fresh. But happily for us, James Jenkins came over in a canoe and brought the flat just as we were ready. We pushed on to Mr. Heron's and came in before the sun disappeared. Friday, 28. We came 13 miles to Monk's Corner to breakfast. Thence to the 10-mile house, fed our horses, and put off again and reached the city. I think it may go for 120 miles from Rembrandt's to Charleston. Saturday, 29. I had to rest indeed. I was sadly sore. Many letters came from various parts, which I answered. Daniel Hall made me glad by his account of the Suffolk camp meeting. In 4 days they calculate there having been as many hundred converted to God. On the Sabbath day I preached at Cumberland Street on John 1:50. I feel comforted in spirit. The sitting of this conference will not be in vain in Charleston. 2 letters from Philadelphia announced to me that nearly 100 souls have been converted in the different congregations since October. O fire of the Lord! Come down and consume the fire of contention in that unhappy place. I have a pleasing account also of the success of a camp meeting in the state of New York. Tuesday, January 1, 1805. We opened our conference. I preached upon Colossians 4:5. Walk in wisdom towards them that are without, redeeming the time. To walk in wisdom towards them that are without is to purchase the present and future time, both of which are in our power. The highest wisdom of ministers is to propound and set forth faithfully the end and motive of thus walking. Christians walk in wisdom when they earnestly seek perfection by the best and only means, and in the highest wisdom when in the possession of all the communicable fullness of perfect love. I preached the ordination sermon of 4 elders, J. Crowder, H. M. Gaines, J. H. Mellard, and Hugh Porter. My body failed a little in these exercises. We had a sacrament and some singing and tears, but for want of more and closer exhortations there was nothing special done. The intendant of the city has forbidden our prayer meetings with the blacks before the rising sun, nor must the evening meetings be held later than 9 o'clock. The preachers are seriously occupied with the work of the conference, and they are countrymen, and do not speak boldly as they ought to speak. Nevertheless, I hope and believe real good has been and will be consequent upon the sitting of this conference. Monday 7. I attended to the entering of the minutes, wrote letters, packed up our stuff for removing, received visits, and bade farewell. Tuesday 8. We came off early and in haste, but we were soon checked. The causeway was bad, and the flat at the ferry aground. We were 3 hours getting over. At Andrews's tavern, we had to beg and pray to be taken in for the night. Aye, and pay for it too. Our supper and lodging were $3. Next day, at a lone and slow ferry, we waited some time and lingered on the road. At 7 o'clock we came into Moses Miller's upon Black River. On Thursday we crossed the bridge below Kingstree and called upon Captain Charles Williams, who generously took us in and treated us kindly. Friday 11. A cold day. 1 night at Port's Ferry and away. We have fallen short in our calculations of reaching Lumberton on the Sabbath day. On Saturday we came up to Robert Dunham's. Here Brother Watcote thought proper to stay a night. My mind has been in great peace. In a day and a half, with lodging, food, and ferries, 3 of us have spent $9. I will here observe that we have admitted upon trial 18 preachers in the Western and 11 in the Southern Conference, and added 2,000 members within the bounds of each, notwithstanding a great mortality, and the constant removal to new lands. Sabbath 13. We rode 11 miles to James Ford's, a stagehouse and company. We were kindly treated gratis. We gave them our prayers and thanks. Monday 14. We came to Mr. Lee's, dined, and came on, lodging at Lumberton, a town of about 20 families. On Tuesday we had another cold ride to Fayetteville. At the African Meeting House, I preached upon Hebrews 10, 38-39. It was a time of feeling, but 11 o'clock was no hour for some folks. I was invited to preach in the State House, but it did not suit my mind at all. The object of our visit was a Methodist congregation and society. Home is home. Ours is plain, to be sure, but it is our duty to condescend to men of low estate, and therefore I felt justified in declining the polite invitation of the Reverend Mr. Flynn to officiate in his meeting-house. I must take the road again. Oh, what sweetness I feel as I steal along through the solitary woods! I am sometimes ready to shout aloud, and make all vocal with the praises of His grace who died, and lives, and intercedes for me. Brother Watcote preached at night. I added a few words, a sort of gossiping exhortation. North Carolina, Thursday, 17. We crossed Cape Fear, dined at Simpson's, and after night stopped at the widow Andress's, a stagehouse. On Friday we had a stormy morning. It paid us off for a time, and then cleared away. We came to Moore's Creek. We were so near swimming, I dipped my heels. We stopped at Parker's, dined, and continued on to Negro Head. We had swamps and spring tides. And behold, one of the bridges in Mr. Mellett's rice field was gone. Well for us The overseer, one of our sheep, brought a ladder for us to walk upon, and by means of 2 planks laid together lengthwise, our horses passed over. We asked the housekeeper to let us stay. She consented, little thinking who we were, which, when she discovered, the poor thing was surprised and gladdened. We had a room, and prayed and talked with the blacks, and exhorted them. On Saturday morning we crossed northeast before sunrise. We came to our own house to breakfast. Our chapel in Wilmington is elegant, 66 by 36 feet. Brother Watcoat preached this morning. Sabbath 20. I preached on Titus 11:14. Brother Watcoat spoke in the afternoon. Our enlarged house was filled with both colors. Monday 21. Many attended our meeting, though the weather was severe. Tuesday 22, we came on to topsail. Brother Nixon and family are preserved in the midst of disease and deaths. Dear Mrs. Campbell is gone home. Wednesday 23. We came to Lot Ballard's, 41 miles. The weather was very cold in the morning, and there was so much ice in the way we could scarcely get along. Brother Watcoat was afflicted with dysentery and bloody urine. On Thursday we rode 16 miles to the widow Arget's. Here is a change. The man is dead. The widow was very attentive, and the blacks crowded to prayers. Friday 25. We reached Newbern, 26 miles. On Saturday it rained. We have happily escaped it. We have made 2,980 miles since General Conference. We lodged at the widow Jones's. Her dear James is gone. He appeared to be as healthy as any man in Newbern. He went off after a few days' illness, of a pleurisy in the breast. Lord, and am I yet alive? Sabbath 27 was an awful day of cold rain. Few attended the worship of God. In my zeal I preached again at night. I exposed myself and exerted myself. Monday 28. We came away through a cold wind to Neuse Ferry. Swift Creek swam us, and the waters of the greater stream floated us across in a tottering canoe, the horses alongside swimming. A 28 miles ride brought us to the widow Richards to lodge. Arrived at Tar River, we found it was blowing a storm. I was unwilling to cross. The flat was nearly filled with water shortly after we put off. A boat came out to take us up. Brother Watcoat stood mid-leg in water. I had gained a plank and kept my feet dry. And it was well, as I had a touch of pleurisy and had discharged blood yesterday evening. We came safe, and praised that God who in deaths oft had delivered us. Brother Watcoat preached at Washington in the evening. Wednesday 30. I preached to a congregation of very unfeeling people. The blacks have no gallery. The whites look upon us with contempt. Oh, Washington, Washington. Thursday 31. We came to Williamstown. I preached at Brother Watts's house. My subject was Romans 5:1-5. Roanoke was full. Friday, February 1. We rode up to General Williams's, 48 miles from Washington. We must yet go 60 miles out of our way to go by Norfolk. Poor men and weary horses. Saturday 2. We stemmed the northwest wind, 20 miles, to cross the awful Roanoke. For a mile and a half from the ferry, the fences were swept away. During the freshet, cattle and hogs and some slaves had been carried off. Its proud waves were stayed when we arrived. We rode 32 miles to Joseph Penner's, Northampton, without seeing the inside of a house. I was most severely penetrated with cold, and my bowels were disordered. We had snow and cold on the Sabbath day, and we were glad to rest. The people came to meeting, and we delivered our testimony. Virginia, Monday 4. The day was excessively cold. The icy, frozen roads endangered limbs and life itself. We kept on. At Murfreesburg, we had a meeting at the house of the widow Meredith. I spoke to them from 1 Corinthians 5, 13-17. Next day at Somerton, we had a small meeting in Hazlitt's house. Wednesday 6. In Suffolk, at the house of Mr. Yearbury, my subject was Revelations 3, 11-12. Thursday 7. I was very unwell, but we pushed on, through water, mud, and mire, to Portsmouth, where we arrived about an hour in the night. At 11 o'clock on Friday, we had a meeting of the official members for business. They unanimously wished to have a stationed preacher. This was a great difficulty last year. Our chapel has been enlarged to 60 feet by 30. I advised the addition of galleries. As I passed over the bridge to Norfolk, I examined and was pleased with it. It is more upon the eastern plan of such improvement than any I have seen to the south. It is 1,100 feet long and 30 wide. The piles coppered to high water mark, to preserve the wood from the worm. And it has a drawbridge. The cost is said to be $30,000, and it yields 5% to the company. We met the official members of the Norfolk Society. Here are some difficulties and more poverty. But the work progresses here as well as at Portsmouth, where the society has grown and prospered under the care of John Potts. Sunday 10. I preached at Norfolk upon Romans 13, 11-14, that knowing the time, etc. Slumbering, sleeping professors are called, by the signs of the time, to awake, to cast off the works of darkness, as they would clothes which no longer suited their characters, garments no longer appropriate to their profession, and to put on the armor of light, the whole armor of God, to walk honestly, that is, decently, as it becometh the true, consistent, dignified Christian character, to avoid the sensualities of the world, and the sins and indulgences of the flesh and spirit, to put on the Lord Jesus Christ, to be dressed, decked, adorned with Jesus Christ, and filled with his Spirit, to make no provision for the flesh, with the intent and desire of fulfilling its lusts. At Portsmouth I preached upon Luke 3:6. All flesh shall see the salvation of God. 1. The excellencies of this salvation. It is a common salvation, a great salvation, the salvation of God. 2. The nature of this salvation, in its degrees of justification, sanctification, and glorification. 3. The present subjects of salvation, infants and believers. The ample means furnished to all, that they may see this salvation. Faithful ministers, faithful, consistent, praying professors, and all the holy ordinances of the Church. I was greatly assisted in speaking. I warmly exhorted our friends in Norfolk to build a tabernacle in some part of the town. Monday 11. At Jolliffe's chapel I spoke on an appropriate text from Isaiah 49:20. The house is not half large enough. We dined at Brother Denby's and came on to the widow Reddick's. She and her sister are both professors. Tuesday 12. At Suffolk, Brother Watcoat preached a very appropriate sermon. At Murphy's the work revives. A new house is in preparation. The place is too strait. We must make room for them to dwell. My subject here was 1 Timothy 2, 3, 4. Wednesday 13. Brother Watcoat preached at Joseph Moody's. God has wrought powerfully at Blunt's and Ben's. They are preparing a large house for worship at the former place. General Wells and family have returned to us. Willis Wells is coming back from following O'Kelly, besides 20 other members who had been drawn away. They profess to have had enough of him. Mr. O'Kelly has come down with great zeal, and preaches 3 hours at a time upon government, monarchy, and episcopacy, occasionally varying the subject by abuse of the Methodists, calling them aristocrats and Tories, a people who, if they had the power, would force the government at the sword's point. Poor man! The Methodists have but 2 of their very numerous society members of Congress, and until these democratic times we never had one. I question if, in all the public legislative bodies in the 17 United States, there are more than 20 members Methodists. No, our people are a very independent people, who think for themselves, and are as apt to differ in politics, so do the preachers, and divide at the hustings, as those of any other denomination. And surely they are not seekers of the offices of this world's profit or honor. If they were, what might they not gain in many parts of the United States? Whilst one rails at us, others, who are always fond of fishing in troubled waters, take those who are already in our net, or, hunting on forbidden ground, pick up our crippled game. See what believers their church is composed of. Thursday 14. The rain held us in doubt until 11 o'clock. Then we started, and about 2 o'clock a dreadful storm of thunder, hail, and wind overtook us, and drove us to a house for shelter. Here we remained an hour, and then came on to Captain Birdsong's. It blew up excessively cold. Oh, death, death! In the neighborhood of Ellis's Chapel, where we have held conferences too. Friday 15. We stopped to feed our horses at a Quaker preacher's, a friend Nixon. We would not eat ourselves, where it was not agreeable we should pray. We found the wind so cold and cutting as we made towards Petersburg, we could hardly bear up against it. Saturday 16. Colder still. Snow in the north. 5 and 6 feet deep in New York. Ice, ice. Awful time. End of section 18. Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 19 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sunday 17. Calm and cold. I preached from Revelations 3:3-5. The people came very late, and my mind was fettered. I will here take the liberty of inserting the following account. A sketch of the labors and travels of Ira Ellis. In March 1781, I left my father's house in Sussex County, Virginia, and spent some time with Leroy Cole in Mecklenburg Circuit. This spring and part of the summer I spent mostly with the preachers, and occasionally supplied some vacancies in 1 or 2 circuits. About November I attended a quarterly meeting at Rose Creek Chapel, Brunswick Circuit, and from thence was sent as a traveling preacher into Mecklenburg Circuit, being then about 20 years of age. In April 1782, I attended the conference held at Ellis's Chapel, Sussex Circuit. From thence I received an appointment to Pittsylvania Circuit, where I continued 6 months. The 6 following months I officiated in the Yadkin Circuit. In the spring of 1783 the conference was again held at Ellis's Chapel, and I received an appointment to Tar River Circuit. After spending 2 quarters there, I spent the remainder of the year in Roanoke Circuit. In the spring of 1784 I was stationed in Berwick Circuit. 6 months I labored there, 1 quarter in Camden, and the last quarter, excepting the time spent in attending the General Conference in Baltimore, in Portsmouth Circuit. At the conference held in April 1785 at William Mason's, Brunswick County, I was appointed to Philadelphia Circuit. Here I continued nearly 1 year, spending 1/3 of the time in the city. In the spring of 1786 I was stationed in Dover Circuit in the state of Delaware, and remained 1 year. The next year I labored in Kent Circuit on the eastern shore of Maryland. Whilst here I received a letter from Bishop Asbury, informing me that I was stationed for the ensuing year in the city of Charleston, South Carolina. I set out in May and arrived there, and took my station in July 1788. Except one tour of duty of about 3 months, through the district and state at large, I continued here until February 1790. After this period I was stationed in what was called the Middle or Center District of Virginia, lying between James and Rappahannock rivers. In this district I remained, and officiated as presiding elder until the General Conference held in Baltimore in November 1792. James O'Kelly having then withdrawn himself from the Methodist connection, I was appointed to succeed him in the South District of Virginia, which station I filled until November 1795. I then changed my state in life and became located, and so continue to this day. Ira Ellis, Brunswick, Virginia, February 24, 1805. The above-named Ira Ellis being about to travel some distance through the United States on business, Bishop Watcoat and myself gave him the certificate, of which this is the copy. To the ministers, members, and friends of the Methodist Episcopal Church in the United States. With our Christian salutations we send greeting. Grace, mercy, and peace be multiplied to you through Jesus our Lord. We have thought it proper to recommend our beloved brother Ira Ellis to your pulpits and attentions. One that has traveled 14 years extensively, faithfully, and acceptably. 9 years he has labored locally, preserving always a good ministerial and Christian character. He hath filled the various stations among us, having exercised the offices of preacher, deacon, elder, and presiding elder. We give him the recommendation we think his standing and services have merited in our connection. He is going upon business of consequence to himself. He may also be as attentive as circumstances will admit to the ministry of the Word of God, at all times and places where he can have a congregation. Given under our hands this 22nd day of February, 1805. Francis Asbury, Richard Watcoat, Brunswick County, Virginia. I desire to render to all their due. Ira Ellis is a man of quick and solid parts. I have often thought that had fortune given him the same advantages of education, he would have displayed abilities not inferior to a Jefferson or a Madison. But he has in an eminent degree something better than learning. He has undissembled sincerity, great modesty, deep fidelity, great ingenuity, and uncommon power of reasoning. His English schooling has been good. He is a good arithmetician, and expeditious and ready with his pen. When asked for an account of his travels, he took his pen immediately, and without a recurrence to books or papers, gave it at once. In the conferences and elsewhere, as my secretary, he has been of signal service to me. He is a good man, of most even temper, whom I never saw angry, but often in heaviness through manifold temptations. He is a good preacher, too. Oh, may he finish his life as he hath continued it, faithful and acceptable, and successful in the traveling and local line. Ira Ellis is married to an agreeable woman, who has made him the father of 3 beautiful, serious little children. Monday, 18. We rode away to the high hills, Nottoway, and stopped with Stith Perham. On Tuesday we came to Robert Jones's. On Wednesday to Peter Pelham's. On Thursday to William Ruffin's. On Friday to Sterling Ruffin's, where I preached, and then came to Ira Ellis's. On Saturday Brother Watcoat preached at the Olive Branch. We visited Matthew Myrick, who was sick. Sabbath 24. I had a most serious talk at the Branch Chapel on Revelations 2, 1-5. We lodged at E. Drumgould's. Monday 25. We rode to John Seward's through the rain. William and Sterling are among the rich, so-called. They had been deistical in their notions, but they appear to be sincere and zealous now. Bishop Coke had been made a blessing to William and his lady. We have passed through Norfolk, Nansemond, Isle of Wight, Surrey, Sussex, Prince Edward, Brunswick, Greenville, and Mecklenburg counties. North Carolina, Tuesday, 26. We directed our course to Salem, chiefly to see Sister Taylor at Howell Taylor's. She is true yoke-fellow to Sally Jones. One is gone to rest, the other, confident in God, is suffering on patiently until she is released from her load of painful affliction. On Wednesday we crossed Taylor's Ferry and rode 20 miles to Edmund Taylor's, the seat of the Virginia Conference. We had rain part of the way. We felt a little serious, thinking our elder children and strong sons would leave us by location, and that we should have none but old tottering men, and green, unpracticed boys to take care of the plantation. But we have a great husbandman, Jesus, and a good God. On Thursday, making preparations for the conference. Friday, March 1. We opened our yearly conference for Virginia at Edmund Taylor's, Granville County, North Carolina. We closed our sitting on Friday evening following. I have so frequently noticed the affairs of conferences, and they are so common, that I will only observe of this, that we added 14 preachers and located 4. Our business we conducted in great peace, and we had preaching as usual. Our increase is 1,900 members. Saturday 9. We came to John Owens's and spent an agreeable hour. I was pleased to see Sister Owens. She is the daughter of my old good friend, Daniel Grant. We took horse again and hastened on through the warmth to Dr. R.A. Holland's, making 33 miles. Sabbath 10. I preached upon Isaiah 40:5. We had many Baptists to hear. It was an open time to me, although I was unwell. Brothers Meade and Bruce exhorted. Monday 11. We came away to Brother Pate's, and then on to Father Chappell's. We lodged with Joel Tucker. Tuesday 12. We crossed Staunton River at Pannell's Ferry. We called at Mr. Old's to warm and feed, and came on to lodge at Henry Brown's, having made 30 miles this day, and very cold it was. Wednesday 13. I rested, read, and wrote, whilst Brother Meade copied letters narrative of the work of God. We have passed since conference Granville, Pearson in Carolina, and Halifax and Campbell counties in Virginia. I find that nothing so interrupts my communion with God as the cold. I cannot keep my mind fixed when my whole system seems to be penetrated and stiffened with the cold wind. I suppose this will pass for a very long, hard winter. If the spring is backward, the harvest will be late and full. Oh, may there be a great harvest of souls gathered in to God. Virginia, Thursday 14. We must needs ride to New London. I felt the cold. The wind gave me an influenza. We had a meeting in Dr. Jennings's house. I spoke on Revelations 2, 8-10. Friday 15. We came to Lynchburg. I did not find my body or mind, or the circumstances of the chapel, or the state of the society, as I wished. We did not lose time. Brother Watcoat spoke at night. On Saturday I preached upon Ephesians 4, 2-6. I was very unwell on the Sabbath day. Brother Watcoat preached and administered the sacrament. At 3 o'clock I was forced to duty by the wishes of the people. I spoke on 1 Corinthians 6:1. We had about 1,000 or 1,500 people of the town and country. We lodged with Mr. Wyatt. I felt very willing to move along. On Monday we came to Colonel Meredith's, New Glasgow. We were entertained with great friendship and Christian politeness. We were accompanied hither by Lewis Dawson, whose kind attentions it is proper I should acknowledge. The people being gathered at a short warning, Brother Watcoat gave them a sermon. Tuesday 19. Brother James Floyd led us along with as much attention as he would have paid to his parents. We crossed Pine Creek and Tye River, passing Amherst Courthouse. After dining with William Breedlove, we mounted and pursued our way across the rocky ford of Rockfish. We stopped at Benjamin Payne's. God hath wrought amongst the children of these families. Wednesday 20. We came to Tandy Keys. Here we found more children coming to Christ. I was pleased and cheered to hear from the local preachers the great things God hath done in this circuit. Brother Meade is coming to preside, and I hope he will have a glorious camp meeting in every circuit in the district. Amherst should, by all means, have another preacher. I hear, I see, I feel. The Baptists are under the whip, straining for victory. Bedford is their stronghold. We shall see. I must be going, although I have a poor, weak, tripping beast, and if she makes a long stumble 50 times a day, I bear it patiently. My mind is in great peace. Glory, glory to God. Thursday 21. We came to Williams's Tavern, dined and passed the elegant seat of Mr. Divers. Thence to Ray's Ford upon the north fork of James River, called Fluvanna. Thence to the north branch of Swift Run. We lodged at Mr. Fretwell's. 70 and not born again. Wretched old man. At Stonersville on Friday, we called on Dr. Douglas, formerly a traveling preacher, halted an hour, and made for the waters of Rapid Ann, Staunton, Middle, and South branches. After scaling an arm of the ridge over to Robinson's River, flowing in 3 branches from the ridge, we came in to lodge with Mr. Glower, a Baptist, who was very hospitable to us. On Saturday we reached T.T.'s upon Hughes's River, and thence continued on to Woodsville. Thence to Washington, a small town under the South Mountain in the west of Culpeper County. We have made 100 miles of these roads in 3 days. Poor men, poor horses. We are housed with Elias Clark, Esquire, near Chester Gap. Sabbath 24. Having taken cold in my head, I was very unwell. I was merely forced to preach at Pennell's. On Monday we crossed the ridge at Chester Gap, passing the head spring of the north branch of the Rappahannock River. We stopped at Front Royal, or League Town. I preached at 3 o'clock, and Brother Watcoat at night. My subject was Romans 12, 1-2. I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable to God, which is your reasonable service. And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good, and acceptable, and perfect will of God. It was observed that the apostles' form of address was excellent, and particularly directed to the Christian believers, the subjects of grace. That the people of the world who lived in conformity to its manners and maxims lived in their proper element. But ye, said our Lord in addressing believers, are not of the world, as I am not of the world, because I have called you out of the world. The apostle had in view one thing, in 2 parts, namely, the devotion of the whole man, body and soul, to God, without which the man cannot be a Christian, perfect and entire. Present your bodies a living sacrifice. This can only be done by abstaining from all things sinful in practice. We must not only not live in the use of unlawful things, but we must not indulge in the unlawful use of lawful things. It is lawful to eat, but not to gluttony. It is lawful to drink, but not to drunkenness. It is lawful to be married, but it is unlawful for either husband or wife to idolize the other. We ought to make the faculties of our bodies subservient to the worship and service of God. Our eyes to see for God, our ears to hear, our hands to be liberal, our feet to move for God, so as to do or suffer. This is reasonable service. And thus occupied, the mercies of God excite us properly, and we are not conformed to this world. That we be renewed in our minds, that all the powers of the soul be given in love and service to the Lord, in conviction for indwelling sin, the repentance of believers, in sanctification, persevering grace, perfect love, and the fruition, perfect and eternal glory. We prove the will of God by this, to be good, to be acceptable to our own souls, and to be perfect in our Christian perfection, holiness, and happiness eternal. Tuesday, 26. We came a rugged path to Elijah Phelps's once more. On Wednesday I was busy writing and fitting for conference. Front Royal contains about 60 houses, a Methodist chapel and academy, a mill, and several stores. We lodged at James Moore's. It was very agreeable to have a home, a room, and everything comfortable for a day or two. Our poor horses needed rest too. Saturday, 30. We came to Winchester. I ordered a room fitted for conference with one above the other. On the Sabbath day I preached. Monday, April 1. We opened the Baltimore Conference, sitting 5 days in very great order and peace. On the 5th instant it rose. We had 74 preachers present. We had preaching day and night, and some souls were converted to God. On Saturday we came to Brother Davenport's. At Charlestown, my Sabbath day's subject was 1 Corinthians 6, 19-20. We lodged with Mr. Key. On Monday we reached Fredericktown. On Tuesday, Joshua Jones's, Sam's Creek, and on Wednesday 10 came into Baltimore. Maryland. I have been greatly supported, but afflicted in my breast and heart. It will not last long. I have made, I calculate, 3,850 miles from the 1st of June, 1804, to the 10th of April, 1805. L. M. Combs had refused to take his station. After some alterations were made, he consented to go to Philadelphia. Thursday was occupied in writing letters, etc. On Friday I preached at Old Town. Sabbath day I preached in Light Street. I had a very heavy congregation. I fear the people are preached to death. In the afternoon I visited the Africans. My subject was Ephesians 4, 1-6. Lord, look upon our city congregations, for they are a valley of dry bones. Tuesday, 16. I preached at Fells Point. It was a time to be remembered. I made my escape from Baltimore, low in religion. At Perry Hall I spent a night. The house, spacious and splendid, was newly painted, and the little grandchildren were gay and playful. But I and the elders of the house felt that it was evening with us. Thursday, 18. We came to Northeast and called a meeting. The notice was short. The men were fishing. On Friday we reached Back Creek, Delaware. Very warm and dusty. My mind is in great peace. On Saturday I was at Duck Creek, and on Sunday evening I preached in Dover State House with very little life. In the morning I had an open time on 2 Corinthians 6, 16-18. Delaware, Monday, 22. I rode to Milford. On Tuesday to Z. Hazard's. Rested and came on to Lewistown, where we called a meeting and preached upon Romans 13, 11-14. I was assisted greatly, and the people were engaged. We lodged at Caleb Rodney's. There may be in Lewistown 120 houses, and about 800 souls. We came thence to Georgetown, the seat of the Courts of Justice for Sussex County, containing about 40 houses. As the court was in session, we were offered the house, and desired to hold our meeting there. The judges and counselors attended, and Brother Watcoat spoke, and I followed upon Psalm 41:10. We had a moving season. Thursday, 25. We came on to Carolyn, dined at Caleb Jacobs, and lodged with Thomas Foster. I was gladdened in heart to find that the work of God was progressing in this society. On Friday we came to Brother Fraser's. The fierceness of the wind made Choptank impassable. We had to rest a while, and need I had, being sore with hard service. Saturday, 27. We crossed at Dover Ferry and came through Gaston to Lebanon, lodging at Brother Brown's. Sunday 28. I preached at Lebanon Chapel, the neatest on this shore. My subject, Isaiah 40, 19-20. We hasted on to Easton. Brother Watcoat preached. Brother Blake gave us lodging. Monday 29. We rode 43 miles through Centerville to Chestertown to meet the Philadelphia Conference. Tuesday 30. We rested and prepared for our work. Saturday, May 4. On Wednesday last our conference began. One day was occupied with the appeal of Caleb Kendall. On the Sabbath I was called to duty. I spoke on Luke 3, 4-6. All flesh shall see the salvation of God. 1. The perception, the sense in which this object is seen. 2. By whom? By all. 3. The provision made for this and the cause of its operation. The love of God, the general atonement, the general influences of the Spirit, the number of ministers, and the general commission to preach the gospel to every creature, the number of Christians and praying souls, the hindrances that obstruct the universal and efficacious spread of the gospel. They were diabolical and human. We ordained elders Boehm, Akins, Polemus, Wiltbank, Asa Smith, and Benjamin Hiff. Wednesday 8. The conference rose after 7 days' close labor. We had, as usual, preaching noon and night, and some souls were blessed. Thursday 9. We came away to Wilmington and lodged at Collector M. Lane's. Pennsylvania, Friday 10. We reached Philadelphia, 80 miles in 2 days. Sarah Williams has left 200 pounds to the disposal of Bishop Watcoat and myself. We ordered its application to the Chartered Fund. Thank the Lord. I am happy in the midst of the murmurs of many who are disappointed because I do not meet their strange expectations. Oh, what a wonder if I walk officially straight, when so many would wish me to incline a little to the right or left, as their whims and fancies would lead. Saturday 11. I prayed, read, wrote, and conversed with friends. Sabbath day 12. I preached at St. George's Chapel and again in the Academy. This was a gloomy day, in weather, in the congregation, and in my mind. Monday 13. I preached in the new house at Kensington. I had light and openings. I was continually in prayer, after breakfast, after dinner, after tea or supper. I visited Dr. Magaw. His whole system is shattered, but he has intervals of reason. And although he wants the plenitude of witness of justifying and sanctifying grace, he appears to be full of goodness, full of God. I felt that God was eminently with him. I had confidence and power in prayer for him. New Jersey. We set out for the East on Tuesday morning and came as far as Trenton. I was unwell with fasting and riding, so Brother Watcoat preached. Wednesday 15. At Kingston, 15 miles, we fed and started, but a storm drove us into Mr. Henry Gulick's. We again set out, but I was afraid of riding in the rain, and turned in under the roof of a Cornish man by the name of John Rule. Thursday 16. The roads heavy and damp. We came on to Brunswick, dined, and reached Drake's for the night. Next day we dined with Thomas Morrill at Elizabethtown, and lodged with Mr. Leecraft at Newark. New York, Saturday 18. We were in New York by 8 o'clock. I felt a desire to go to the camp meeting at Mosquito Cove, 30 miles from Brooklyn, on Long Island. Brother Russell took me there. On my journey I felt as if God had been, and would be, and was at camp. We arrived about 9 o'clock. The Saturday's exercises continued through the night until near the break of day. End of section 19, Recording by Brian Keenan. Section 20 of Journal of the Reverend Francis Asbury, Volume 3. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brian Keenan. Sabbath morning 19. I preached to a multitude on Acts 2:21. In the afternoon, Michael Coate spoke. The work went on through the whole night. Many precious souls were blessed. On Monday night, I preached at Brooklyn. I gave them a sermon in John Street Church in New York on Tuesday morning. Wednesday 22. We came away to the Widow Sherwood's, where I preached. I had a little time to read. In this state, the subjects of succession, rebaptizing, are much agitated. I will tell the world what I rest my authority upon. 1. Divine authority. 2. Seniority in America. 3. The election of the General Conference. 4. My ordination by Thomas Coke, William Philip Otterbein, German Presbyterian minister, Richard Wadcote, and Thomas Vasey. 5. Because the signs of an apostle have been seen in me. On Saturday, I lodged with Nicholas Fisher at the Plains. At the White Plains Meeting House on the Sabbath day, I stood up once more. My subject, 1 Corinthians 15:33-34. We had some feeling souls to hear, but there is a call for abundantly more. Brother Wadcote preached at 4 o'clock. This was a sorrowful day to me. I was in sackcloth. Monday 27. I called to see Elder Coleman's wife, who was ill, or expected soon to be. I dined with James Hall. We rejoiced that after 16 years we were bound heavenward. We crossed Croton to Steventown, stopping at Thomas Bailey's. I preached at 5 o'clock. Tuesday 28. We made our way across the Peekskill Mountains, by Gilead Meeting House. We came by the grand encampment where the God of Glory appeared last autumn. We lodged with Richard Jackson. Wednesday 29 was a day of rest. We called a meeting, and Brother Wadcote preached upon the perfect law of liberty. I exhorted. Next day, through an unusually cold north wind, we made a laborious journey to Rhinebeck. We stayed with our brother Sands. Friday 31. I read the latter part of Mr. Wesley's journal. How great and unceasing were his labors! How various, comprehensive, and just are his observation on men, women, modes, manners, doctrines, opinions, authors, and things. I have felt myself strongly urged to pray after every meal, where the families are in the habit of prayer. But I believe there are Methodist households that sometimes fall in my way, who never pray in this way. And is this our poor success after 18 years of faithful labors? God be gracious to us and to such families and unfaithful souls. Saturday, June 1. Reading closely. Sunday 2. I spoke at Rhinebeck Chapel on Joel 2:28-29. It shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my Spirit upon all flesh. And your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Your young men shall see visions. And also upon the servants and upon the handmaids in those days will I pour out my Spirit. The preacher's mind was somewhat clouded, or he might have better shown, 1. What are the common and extraordinary operations of the Spirit? 2. The subjects of this operation. The children of God and their children. The servants of God and their servants and slaves. The old men of the first generation living, down to the third and fourth. Young men, gay and forgetful. Young women, giddy and thoughtless. Rich and poor. 3. The provision that is made for this, in the love of God, in the death of Christ, in the general grace of God, dispensed by men and means. Brother Wadcote spoke in the afternoon. It was a heavy day with me. I wearied myself in vain, but my judgment is with my God. Monday 3. I rested and read Mr. Wesley's journal and the last of his life. Tuesday, 4. We made, through heat and dust, to Gale's Tavern. A plentiful rain afterward drove us into Mr. Booth's, at Claverack. On Wednesday we dined at Kinderhook, and lodged with B. Goslin, Esquire, at Greenbush. Thursday, 6. On our way to Stillwater, we passed Troy, Lansingburg, and Waterford, crossing the North River upon a grand bridge. We got within a mile of the camp meeting ground. There is no great shade, nor many tents, but we expect preachers from Canada, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, and New Jersey. Friday, 7. We opened our camp meeting exercises in the Pine Woods at Stillwater. It continued 4 days and 3 nights. There were many people, many sermons, many prayers, many sinners, many saints, and little intermission, night or day, of labors and praises. The particulars may be printed. Tuesday, 11. We came 25 miles to Ashgrove, and next day open conference. On Tuesday the 18th, the conference rose at noon. We had blessed harmony and order, and I never heard less murmuring about the stations, of which there were 62 upon the list, and 2 having no appointments, because of debility. The Committee of Business and the Committee of Addresses were very attentive to the affairs brought before them, and their labors were highly approved. By allowing the usual provision for the married preachers and their wives, no supplies given for the children, the conference was insolvent $1,700. There were about $800 in money and other things given to and given away by the conference. We had a sacrament and love feast on the Sabbath, and I preached. The duty was performed by others at other times as usual, but there were no special marks of good done. Wednesday, 19. We came to the Falls of Hoosac, and stopped at George Croy's. Here I preached, 1 Corinthians 2, 29-31. Vermont, Thursday, 20. We came through Pownall in Vermont to Williamstown, the seat of the college, containing 2 houses, one probably 60 by 40 feet, the other 100 by 50 feet, 4 stories, of brick. We dined at Brother Kinney's near New Ashford. Thence we came away to Lanesborough and on to Pittsfield. We have passed through a well-cultivated land of wavy, well-watered surface, roughened with rocks, and broken often enough by hills. We have had 2 days and nights of heat equal to that of Georgia. Some thunder showers cooled the air, and our ride yesterday was pleasant, though laborious, through Washington, Beckett, and Chester, and along upon the headsprings of Agawam River, whose meanders we followed upon a turnpike road, winding amongst the hills of the Green Mountain, equal to any in the West. 40 miles brought us to Westfield, and rested at Joel Farnham's. Mr. Knapp invited me to preach in the Congregational Temple, but I refused, for sundry reasons valid to myself. Massachusetts, Sabbath 23. I attended at a Baptist church. My first subject was Isaiah 55, 6, 7. My second, Acts 26, 18, 19. It was hard labor indeed. I rode home with Nathaniel Phelps in Tatnam. I asked an aged man at the meeting how many souls were computed to be in the town. 4,000 was the reply. Not 1/4 of these were at meeting. Here is room. It is a day of feeble things, and I am afraid that some of our friends, instead of boldly facing them, turn their backs upon their enemies, whilst others join them. Here Ralph Williston was well known, once so full of fire, and what is he now? Monday, 24. We set out after midday, crossed Connecticut at Enfield, and came on to Ellington, housing with Dr. Steele. Here the Standing Order have built a grand temple to Fame. It is feared there is not in the congregation one soul alive. Connecticut, Tuesday, 25. I preached in the schoolhouse to a few men, women, and children. I went home with Mr. Ostrander at the Square Ponds. I believe Methodism is as low here as true religion. Yet there is hope that God will visit New England, as well as every part of the continent, before long. At the Square Ponds Meeting House, I preached upon Romans 8, 1-2. It was an open season, the best time I have had in New England. Several felt. I hope it is a prelude to a revival here. I am resting, writing, and reading Our Form of Discipline, and the Jew's Answer to Voltaire. Saturday, 29. At Tolland Quarterly Meeting, my subject was Jude 20:21. It was a gracious time. On the Sabbath we had love feast and sacrament. I ordained Nathan Fox, John Norris, and James Hyde deacons. These are some of the first fruits. Tolland revives. We had some living testimonies, and several souls are brought into the church. At 10 o'clock we went into an orchard adjoining the chapel. I spoke on Hebrews 8, 10, 11. Brother Washburn's text was, "Blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it." Many exhortations followed, and prayers with power. There was a great cry, and the meeting held without intermission until night. Monday, July 1. We set out to Willington, went on to Mansfield. Thence, after dining with Mr. Cyrus Dow, 15 miles to Thompson. On Tuesday we passed through Douglas and Mandan, and lodged with Mr. Ball at Milford. Our Wednesday's ride brought us through Hopkinton, Framingham, Natick, where we dined with Mr. Jameson, and on to Needham to lodge. The last 2 days have brought us through heat, occasionally cooled by shade, and dust, and the kindness of friends, several miles from the campground. Massachusetts, Thursday, 4. I preached at N. Bogle's Meeting House, on John 8, 30-31. We stopped Friday night at Waltham. On Saturday we reached Boston. Oh, heat and dust! I felt like Jonah without his gourd. Sabbath 7. I preached in our complete little meeting house, well filled with hearers, from 1 Corinthians 5, 7, 8. It was an open time and gracious season. In the afternoon, Joseph Crawford spoke upon 1 Timothy 1, 15. The word of the Lord appeared to strike like sharp arrows. I feel as if Epaphras Kibbe had been faithful in Boston. Monday, 8. We took the turnpike for Lynn, passing over a bridge 3/4 of a mile long, said to have cost $40,000. It is rather a causeway thrown over a marsh. Plenty of flies and mosquitoes. I found Peter Jane in the new house built for the accommodation of the stationed preacher at Lynn. God is moving amongst the people here. They are prepared for the conference. Tuesday, 9. At Marblehead, I spoke on Galatians 4:20. I desire to be present with you now and to change my voice, for I stand in doubt of you. 1. Evangelical men or apostolic witnesses may feel a desire to be present with societies at particular times when it is in their power. They will, where this cannot be done, write. 2. That there may be very alarming and doubtful cases and characters in the congregation and church, such as open sinners, hypocrites, half-awakened souls, backsliders, slothful believers. 3. Changing the voice, using a different method, as to matter and manner of preaching or writing, pointing at the cases and characters which are doubtful. We had another meeting at 5 o'clock, and then returned to Lynn. I received a letter from Dr. Koch announcing to me his marriage, and advising me that he did not intend to visit America again as a visitor, but rather as a sojourner, if at all, could work be appointed him to do. Marriage is honorable in all, but to me it is a ceremony awful as death. Well may it be so, when I calculate we have lost the traveling labors of 200 of the best men in America, or the world, by marriage and consequent location. Friday, 12. We had a full conference. Preaching at 5, at 11, and at 8 o'clock. Sitting of conference from 8:30 until 11 in the forenoon, and from 2 until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We had great order and harmony, and strict discipline withal. 16 deacons and 8 elders were ordained. Sabbath 14. We held our meeting in a grove belonging to Benjamin Johnson, a beautiful and sequestered spot, though near the meeting house. My subject was 1 Thessalonians 2, 6-9. 1. The system of imparting the gospel of God, which is preaching Christ. 2. The doctrines, privileges, precepts, and power of this gospel. 3. Apostolical purity of intention, disinterestedness, tempers, manners, labors, and travels. The affection of soul imparted, manifested, in preaching and prayer, and bowels of mercies and sympathies. There were many exhortations and much prayer. Many must have felt. Some were converted. From this day forth, the work of God will prosper in Lynn and its neighborhood. On Monday, the labors of conference and public religious exercises were continued. On Tuesday evening, conference rose in great peace. On Wednesday, I gave them a sermon and immediately set out to Waltham, 20 miles. Wind, heat, dust. Thursday 18. We gained Captain Nichols's, Shrewsbury. Wilbraham brought us up on Friday. We rested with Abel Bliss on Saturday. Sabbath 21. At Wilbraham I spoke on 2 Timothy 4, 5-8. But watch thou in all things, etc. Introduction. The special relation of a spiritual father and son. The time and circumstances peculiar to Paul and Timothy. Watch in all things. As a Christian. As a Christian minister or bishop. Endure afflictions of mind and body, as a Christian and a minister. Endure heat, cold, hunger, thirst, labor, persecution, temptations. Do the work of an evangelist. Spread the gospel where it is not, support it where it is. Paul knew he was going by martyrdom. He had fought a good fight of faith, and by faith he had kept justifying faith, which some had made shipwreck of. The crown of justifying, and sanctifying, and practical righteousness was waiting to encircle his triumphant brows, a crown thrice radiant with the 3 degrees of glory. In conclusion, I said many things, and with great plainness, urging the necessity of being civilized, moralized, and spiritualized by the gospel in the plenitude of its divine operation. I ordained Lumen Andrus an elder, and Uriah Clough to deacon's orders. After 2 hours' serious labor, I retired. Connecticut, Monday 22. We came in heat to East Hartford, and lodged with Squire Pitkins. Tuesday to New Haven, Wednesday to Stamford, Friday to Peter Bonnet's, New Rochelle. New York. We have ridden 230 miles in 6 days, some of them awfully warm. The earlier fruits and productions of the year have been very abundant, but without a rain, the latter fruits and grain must fail. I took a day to refit clothes and to write letters. At 4 o'clock I preached at Rochelle Meeting House. The subject suited the state of the town. The men were few, the women many. The Lord was present with us. I lodged under the hospitable roof of the widow Sherwood. On my road hither I thought I saw what would make a good campground. I wrote to the presiding elder advising him of this circumstance. I am still bent on great designs for God, for Christ, for souls. Saturday brought us through excessive heat and dust, to New York, I would say, but we were barred its entrance by proclamation, having passed through New Haven, afflicted with the yellow fever. I stopped at George Suckley's. Being a little unwell, I made the best use of the day I could by writing letters. New Jersey, Monday 29. I preached in our very neat chapel at Second River. We came to Elizabethtown, and on Tuesday to Joseph Hutchinson's, and Wednesday brought us up at Burlington. Pennsylvania, Thursday, August 1. We found ourselves proclaimed at Philadelphia as at New York. We directed our course to Mr. Manley's seat, in the neighborhood of the city. I received several letters from which I learned that there was great order preserved at Duck Creek Camp Meeting, and that great good was done. 300 souls were blessed. On Saturday I wrote letters. I redeem a day by hard riding for this service. I have bought for $100 a neat little Jersey wagon. On the Sabbath day I preached at Germantown on Isaiah 49, 1-2. I returned to Mr. Manley's and preached at 5 o'clock at Mr. Manley's. This day appears to have been poorly spent. I am waiting for the minutes of conference and my little wagon, then away to the west. Monday 5. I visited Brothers Cook's and Haskins' families, and rested on Tuesday. Wednesday 7. We set out and reached Radnor. We stopped to dine with Brother Geiger and had a serious time at prayer in his new house, which they are about to move into. We lodged with Daniel Meredith, an old disciple, in the valley. Thursday brought us, through heat and dust, to Soudersburg. Sick on Friday and took medicine. Saturday wrote a great deal. Sunday 11. At the chapel at Soudersburg, I preached upon 2 Thessalonians 1, 7-10. And to you who are troubled, rest with us, etc. 1. The sources of trouble to the people of God: temptation, persecution, disorderly walk and backsliding of professors, and the wretched state of sinners. 2. The present and future rest, first on earth and then in glory. The cause, the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ, hath been obeyed by, and hath had its full operation on, them that believe. 3. The revelation of the Lord Jesus Christ, the characters of those whom he shall judge, and take vengeance upon: ungodly heathens, disobedient hearers of the gospel. Vengeance, for God, for himself, for his insulted spirit, for the ministers of Christ and the people of God. Punished, their punishment to be beyond the interference of mercy, to be sufferings of body and soul, and these to be eternal. I was considerably assisted, yet I left the subject in an unfinished state after speaking a full hour. Monday 12. We came off with courage, passing through Lancaster, still unpropitious to Methodism. 7 miles beyond, Father Musselman received us with a smiling countenance, a willing hand, and ready mind. We fed and talked, and sang, and prayed, and parted in the Lord. We crossed Anderson's Ferry, the best I know on the river, and came into Little York. I stopped a day. Oh, how kind our friends are at their beautiful retreat. May friend Pence and wife and mother be blessed of the Lord. Wednesday 14. We set out for Carlisle, but I changed my mind and my route to Berlin. We put up with Isaiah Haars. Thursday brought us to Shippensburg, 30 miles. On Friday we bent our course towards Pittsburgh over the 3 mountains to J. Thompson's in Burnt Cabin Valley. I have moved swiftly, but in my flight have written to 5 of the preachers. I walked down the mountains, which fatigued me. My soul is at peace, but I have severe trials at times. On Saturday we rested, refitted, read, and wrote. Sabbath day at Littleton Chapel, I spoke upon 2 Corinthians 3:12. We had a feeling melting season. We lodged with Father Ramsey, an exceeding kind people. Monday 19. We reached Bedford. At night we had fiddle and flute to enliven our prayers and assist our meditations. I had but little rest. On Tuesday we rode 16 miles to breakfast. We stopped at Berlin and I gave them a sermon. Wednesday brought us over awful roads to Connellsville, 42 miles. We were nearly wrecked. A very serious drought prevails west and east. Oh, we are wicked. We are covetous. We abuse the blessings of abundance, and God in justice withholds. I am indebted to a kind providence for my good little wagon, and my excellent and active driver, and good preacher too. I am resolved to quit this mountainous, rocky, rugged, stumpy route. It was a mercy of God we were not, men, horses, and wagon, broken in pieces. I praise God now, but I hardly had time to pray then. The camp meeting begins tomorrow at Short Creek, near the great river. On Friday and Saturday we labored onward to Short Creek. I foundered my mare, and had many trials. Sunday 25. I preached at the campground. It was a moving time. On Monday I preached again. It was judged there were 5,000 souls present to hear, and that 100 souls were converted to God. I purchased a horse, and bent my course through Wheeling on the banks of the Ohio. We crossed, and in the evening came to Morristown. Friday brought us to Muskingum. Saturday we reached John Murphy's, and on the Sabbath I rested with Edward Teal. Joseph Crawford is sick. I have had little rest for 6 nights past. I have ridden, by computation, 1,680 miles since I left Baltimore. End of section 20. Recording by Brian Keenan.